One, now we're on. Now we're live. Breeding heifers coming in. I'd like to welcome everybody to 2026 Reeves County Junior Livestock Show and Sale. About to get started with the breeding heifers, Ariel Elliott, Westland Elliott, Carlos Gomez.
That's not the very last one, but it's just has been involved in that.
Commercial cattle, we ought to be headed that way too.
It's good now.
Marissa Verdell, Abigail Moffitt, Arlington McCurry, James Laura.
Oh, so it was like their second monitor, so that's why it was.
Get it, girl. We got 2 rings of paper.
Okay, here we go. Breeding heifers coming in the ring. Breeding heifers coming in the ring. Ariel Elliott, Westland Elliott, Carlos Gomez. Commercial cattle, you should be headed that way. Commercial cattle headed that way.
Oh, just use this one for a minute.
Is this supposed to be their bib number?
No, it's just.
Those numbers don't match.
So don't worry about those numbers
Yeah.
at all. Okay.
Kendra, I hate to ask you, do you have another sheet for me for the lamb?
Sir?
Do you have another sheet for the lamb?
Here you
Yes.
go. It just don't have the does on it.
Oh, okay. I didn't steal your copy, did I?
No, because I got one right here. We just need to get you a doe sheet. We'll have to get Amanda to print a doe sheet. A doe sheet for.
Is it not in here?
Mm-mm. Can you just go to the doe?
Good afternoon. It's certainly a pleasure to be here as we start off looking through the livestock over the next 2 days, and more importantly, working with the youth here in Reeves County. As we start here in the heifer show, I'm going to leave the cattle in line here as we come in towards the gate. Start with the young lady's black heifer. I think she's a combination female of this lineup. I love her silhouette from this side. She's long and extended ahead of her shoulder there. Her shoulder's smooth and tidy, and as it transitions into her forehead, she's got a lot of lower sweeping rib there. Big round turn to her rib. You step in behind her, she's got plenty of width. She's probably what sorts it the most for me. When we lead these cattle into motion, she's the one that's the truest tracking when you step in behind her. She's the one that's the most athletic, and the flex and reach she gives you in her rear honk and pasture, that's ultimately what sorts this top pair. I love the Charlotte heifer here on the standstill from the side. Another one that you got to appreciate the silhouette, the femininity that she gives you. Really long and captivating, feminine, attractive profile there ahead of her shoulder. She is smoother and tighter there at the top of her shoulder. She's neater there in her smoother shouldered heifer, who transitions maybe even a notch nicer than the heifer that we start with. She's a big-footed, heavy-structured kind of female. It's when we set her into motion. I read her to be just a notch straighter there from her honk down to her pastern. When we set her into motion, she's not quite as comfortable in the flex and give to her rear honk and pastern. That ultimately is what sorts her though over the red heifer, the shorthorn that we're going to round out this trio with. I love the shorthorn in terms of just stoutness of feature and power. Here's one that is super stout, stands on a big, large column of bone. When you get in behind her, she's got a big wide hip with plenty of pop and muscle to her. At the same time, when we ask her to lead, she wants to bow ever so slightly from her honk down to the ground. I didn't see her to be quite as comfortable when we set her into motion, just in terms of athleticism off of both ends of her skeleton. One that you got to appreciate the power that she brings to you, just to see it just a notch more athletic package. If you would, let's reward these kids with a big round of applause.
In your breeding heifer class, overall breed champion heifer Ariel Elliott. Reserve champion breeding heifer Westland Elliott. Third place Carlos Gomez. Ariel Elliott, Reeves County 4-H. Westland Elliott, Reeves County 4-H. Carlos Gomez, Pecos FFA. Commercial cattle, you need to be headed to the gate. Commercial cattle, you need to be headed to the gate. Marissa Burdell, Abigail Moffitt, Arlen James McCurry, James Lara. After that will be the lightweight market steers. Once again, we'd like to thank our judge, Jacob Lane, for coming in today, for the next few days, actually. Jacob is an ag teacher in Pearland, Texas. It's 40 miles west of Fort Worth. He supervises all species of livestock with students making a sale of majors in all species last year. Mr. Lane judged livestock in college and was named All-American for his accomplishments. He also served as an assistant livestock judging coach at Tarleton University. Recently, his bull judging team was crowned national champion. He has judged numerous shows across the state as well as Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Mississippi. Jacob's chapter has been named Outstanding FFA Chapter at the Texas Elite Showcase 3 times. He raises show pigs with his wife and kids in Jacksonville, but grew up in a family farm in Miles and has been in ag his entire life. Thank you again, Mr. Lane.
Hey, Chuck. I don't know if Kendra ever got around to making you a script, but here's...
This one?
Okay. These were just my notes I sent her. It wasn't supposed to be the actual script, so at least it's something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Better than nothing.
Yeah.
Hey, we're not doing cards or anything anymore. Just making sure.
What cards?
We used to do the cards and we did the places and... No. Okay. No, never mind. Never mind.
Okay.
Do you need me to... Who do you want me to verify with on placement and all that other? Nobody? I got 1, 2, 3 on that one.
I got 1, 2, 3.
Okay. I'll look at you whenever he places them and we'll make sure each other's right. Because a lot of times I need help going, who was that?
Yeah, me too.
All right, Marcus. Commercial cattle coming in the ring. Marissa Burdell, Abigail Moffitt, Arlen James McCurry, James Laura.
Okay, Ryan.
After that will be the lightweight market steers. Lightweight market steers as you be headed to the gate. Bridget Evans, Garland Evans, Omar Salgado Jr.
Hey, Doc. How are you today?
Okay.
Commercial cattle champion local sponsored by Hops Drive Thru. Metal sign donated by Cactus Flower. The reserve commercial champion metal sign sponsored by Cactus Flower.
And we got that pickup. We did realize that on the TV.
Yes.
Showman's that deal.
It's pretty dang cool. All that it can do and it keeps adding stuff.
Yeah.
What's the color of this stuff?
Big deal.
Well, there'll be this one and then two more.
Okay, my dad said that I'm going to be in the senior.
Yeah, I don't know which one Brad's gonna put you in, just so you don't have to. I'm gonna put you in this one. Adam, you can help you out as well.
Here's the one for Brad.
As we get here in this first class of market steers, I think it's pretty simple that the market fundamentals sort this class. And we're going to start here with the American Influence calf, and just in terms of stoutness of feature, here's a big-footed, heavy structured kind of calf, but more importantly, he's round and robust in his rib. He's deep-sided. When you get your hands on him, he works the biggest beefiest top. You step in behind him, he's got a big wide pin set, plenty of muscle. For me, this calf is the most market ready when you get your hands on him over his rib. I'd like to have him just a notch heavier in his condition for where we're talking about market ready and finishing there at the same time. He's the one that's the sound structured one, that's the most ready in terms of just true market fundamentals. The black cap is longer, it's slicker about his neck. If you want to talk about show characteristics, he certainly is neater and more attractive up front. at the same time, when you get your hands on him, there's not near the bulk and the mass of this red meat up on the top side of his loin. When you step in behind him, he wants to funnel ever so slightly down to the base of his quarter. His roundness of rib, his flesh, and finishing ability is what sorts it over the calf here in third. This calf is a big growth. He got kind of a steer here, but at the same time, I'd like to see him just a notch deeper there in his center body, just bulk up and have more meat to him in that regard. His weight, and I'm assuming that we're looking at him here the same in terms of market size. His weight there and just market readiness overwhelms the Hereford calf here that we're going to round out the class. In his own right, this one is round body. He does have a big, fresh, square turn to his loin that's just simply outweighed here in terms of meat and market readiness. Really nice class, folks. Let's award these kids with a round of applause.
In your commercial cattle class, first place, James Law, Reeves County 4-H. Second place, Abigail Moffett, Balmorhea FFA. Third place, Arlen James McCrary, Balmorhea FFA. Fourth place, Marissa Burdell, Balmorhea FFA. That makes your overall champion, James Law, Reeves County 4-H. Reserve champion, Abigail Moffett, Balmorhea FFA. This time we'd like to recognize our Reeves County Junior Livestock Show Committee members. Your chairman, Kendra Manahan. Vice Chair, Amanda Keaton. Sales Chair and Secretary, Emily McKinney. Treasurer, Lori Evans. Member at Large, Richard Crum. Lightweight market steers, you need to be headed the door. Lightweight market steers, Bridget Evans, Rylan Evans, Omar Salgado Jr. You should be at the back door. Medium market steers, you need to be headed that way. Gage McKinney, Omar Salgado Jr., Pace Evans and Pace Evans.
Ryan's got it.
Okay, thanks.
Ryan's got it.
Always.
She's got it under control over here.
Does she
Everybody
have
calm
my last
down.
nerve?
She's got your last nerve too? Okay. She knows where it's at. Lightweight market steers is the back gate. Medium market steers, you need to be headed that way. Lightweight market
I
steers,
didn't realize
Bridget
I had to go
Evans,
into
Rylan
the
Evans, Omar
cattle
Salgado
and change
Jr.
it. I'm like,
Medium weight market steers, Gage McKinney, Omar Salgado Jr., Pace Evans and Pace Evans. Need to be right behind them. Our cattle superintendent is Brad Golson with the assistant of Ron Fox. Lamb superintendent Roy Bubba Mahan.
Where?
Right there. Assistant Teresa Shackelford. Babies is the goat superintendent with assistant Jody McElroy.
How are you doing? Good.
Do you need the placings?
You need to place.
Yes, there are ribbons. I can grab one. Okay. Come in and meet in just a moment.
That's what I said. What did I say? Oh. I know what. I know how to say area. So it's not area. But that hurt. What does it say right there? Area. Well, then I'll say area next time, but you didn't tell me that.
they all match.
need to see some of those.
Oh, we need to see some of those barrel man moves.
Which one's which? Those two Evans kids. Oh, which one's? That's Riley. Okay. Okay, I got you. Thank you, man. I should have asked you. Why am I asking him? I got you. Thank you, man. What are you showing? Those times you did, how many you have? A beach? You excited? Nervous? Scared? Is this your first year showing? How old are you? Yes. You'll do alright.
I love kids and boys that lay up. Excellent deal with the problem.
As we get here in this next class here of the steers, we're going to start with the young lady over here in the striped shirts cap. In terms of one that's just a moderate, easy-doing kind of steer, still gives a neat, attractive look off to the side. He's deep-sided, round in his tape. He handles extremely square right over his loin. I'd like to have that guy just a notch chubbier, just in terms of market finish. Maybe not just from the eye appeal off of the profile, looks better. Just like to see him further along on the cover there. I maybe also like to change him ever so slightly how he sets his rear two down in that regard. But his overwhelming power and how he blends his pieces together is what sorts him over the young lady right here that's going to land in second. This calf is a big, stout-footed, heavy structure kind of steer. He's even got more muscle mass than the one that we start with. For me, I'd like to see his shoulder blend a notch smoother there into his forehead. When we set him into motion, he's a nickel more rigid off of his rear too, and maybe just a little more elevated there on his rear pasterns. In that regard, I didn't see him to be quite as stout and dense when you stepped in right behind him as he funnels down to his quarter compared to the calf that we start with. Another one that's attractive off of the side. Appreciate a lot of things about him. Take another way from the young man who's working his tail off down here. I told him he was calm and composed out here on his own island, and I think he's doing a great job here of keeping his calf just calm right up on the fence with everything that's happening on the other side. When we study his calf, he's long and extended ahead of the shoulder there. He's square and functional in his lines. Of the trio that's out here, he actually has the most meat up top over his back. He is the widest back with the most freshness. At the same time, he's the least finished when you get your hands on him. When I step in behind him, he's the narrowest in his genuine skeleton. When you look in behind him from his pin step back down to the base of his quarter, I didn't see him having as much red meat. When we set him into motion and on the standstill, he's the straightest from his honk down to the surface. I'd like to see him just a shot more relaxed. Good class to study. These kids are working extremely hard. One more time, put your hands together for them.
In your lightweight market steers, first place, Bridget Evans, Reeves County 4-H. Second place, Brylan Evans, Reeves County 4-H. Third place, Omar Salgado Jr., Pecos FFA. Medium weight market steers, you need to be at the back eight. You need to be getting ready to come in. Medium market steers, Gage McKinney, Omar Salgado Jr., Pace Evans and Pace Evans. Heavy market steers, you need to be headed that way. Pace Evans, Kristen Folks, Gage McKinney, Aaron Tarongo. I've got a peanut gallery over here. be auctioning off these kids over here later on. Pick one, and you got it. Checks to be made to Chuck Knudsen. They look like strong workers, so. Y'all. Medium market steers, you need to be coming in. Gage McKinney, Omar Salgado Jr., pay sevens and pay sevens. Heavy market steers, you need to be headed that way. Pay sevens, Tristan Folks, Gage McKinney, and Aaron Trongo. Continuing with our committee members, Hog Superintendent Chris Martinez, Assistant Sal Nichols. What class are we on? Medium market steers. We're on 3. Class 3, medium market steers. These kids are getting cheaper by the second. There's 3. All right, here we come. Medium market steers. Gage McKinney, Omar Salgado, pay sevens. Heavy market, you need to be headed that way.
Okay.
Which tag number? I can't read that far. I can't see that far.
Lots of different, not only colors, but parts and pieces to sort through here in this market, the steer class here. We're going to start with the young man's calf here, closest to the gate. Here's a moderate round-bodied steer that gives you a neat, attractive look in terms of just a market-back steer, but still some showroom presence about it. I appreciate just his balance and symmetry he gives you in his lines. Maybe like to level him out ever so slightly out of his hip. When you get your hands on him, he's got a big, fresh shape to his back. I'd like to have him just a notch more finished right back as he gets back to his 12th and 13th. But a very nice, high-quality steer there to start. Taking nothing away from the young man's painted American influence calf here that's going to be in second. I love this guy's silhouette that he gives you, especially for this division. Neat and attractive off of the side. He's bigger footed than the calf we start with. When you get your hands on him, he's very, very firm to the touch. He has plenty of finish there. For me, it's off of the side. I'd like to trim him up some there in his brisket, make him just a notch more attractive to match the steer that we start with. Maybe not quite as much power when you step in right behind him, but a sound, sure-footed calf that I think's got a very bright future. Young man says Houston's the end point, and I wish him well there. That's a very high quality one to go down the road. I love this guy on the standstill that's going to sit third. He's the longest and slickest about the front end of the skeleton. He's the smoothest in how his head and neck tie to his shoulder, and then his shoulder blends into his forerib. For me, when we set him into motion, he's too straight in his shoulder, he's too straight forward in his knee. I need to see him be more relaxed and take a longer, more flexible step at the front end of the skeleton. Of the top three, when you step in behind him, he's the plainest in the base of his quarter of the trio there. So I felt comfortable leaving this guy a nickel lower. Love him on the standstill, just needs to be a notch more collected. The red cap that's going to round out our class is one that's got plenty of power. He's there, bulky and dense there in his shoulder. He's bulky and dense there in his stifle. For me, he's just a little out of balance. I think he's a little deeper in his chest in relation to his flank. I'd like to see him have just a notch more finish there on his rib. Again, he said this one's going to go down to Houston, so we got time to continue to let that guy hopefully fatten up and look more like a balanced back steer. Love the power and the mass that he's got. Just needs more time on feet. Let's put our hands together for these four young men.
In your medium weight market steers, first place, Gage McKinney, Reeves County 4-H. Second place, Pace Evans, Pecos FFA. Third place, Omar Salgado Jr., Pecos FFA. Fourth place, Pace Evans, Pecos FFA. Heavy market steers, heavy market steers. Need to be at the back gate. Heavy market steers, Pace Evans, Tristan Folks, Gage McKinney, Aaron Tarongo. Heavy markets coming in. Continuing with our community members, we have our lifelong members, Dan Stickles and Cookie Cannon. I'd like to say thank you to all the extension agents and the FFA. What's the word I'm looking for? Teachers, advisors, all those. We got a Reeves County Extension Agent, Mickey Harris. Pecos FFA Advisors, Roy Flora, Joe Tyrus, Cameron Templeton, Balmorhea FFA, Sarah Young. Don't forget, Balmorhea FFA has a concession stand over there. They got some cold drinks and good food. And candy. Joe Tyrus, what'd I say? I'm not sure, but it wasn't Tyrus. I said Tyrus, I didn't know. Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. Are we famous? In whose mind?
In everybody's mind.
Oh, in everybody's mind.
Is that Ryan?
Is it Ryan? Come on. Come on. All right, heavy market steers. Heavy market steers, you need to be coming in. Pace Evans, Tristan Folks, Gage McKinney, Aaron Tarongo. Oh, Brett's coming, calm down.
Tell us a joke.
Tell us a joke? I just said Brett's man.
Doc, how many years do you think you've been on the committee?
I'd like to thank the rest of our committee members. Hugh and Gail Fox, Butch and Marcia Renshaw, Brett and Maria Jaco, Paul and Janelle Ward, Paul Ward, Peter and Carly Harrison, Chantel Hutchins.
I was back with
Elvira Martinez, Justin Evans, Luis and Lucy Laura, Elder Nojos, Cannon Cook, Liz Cook, Cecil Lee, Kristen Leon, Silas Nichols, Tammy Ward, Brittany Kington. We just said you're a committee member. Wave your hand. Not really? You don't even have a PA system I can hear you over here. All right, here comes our heavy market steers. Heavy market steers are coming in. Base sevens, Tristan Folks, Gage McKinney, Aaron Torongo.
stabilizing? Does it have a stabilizer? So, does that be?
As we get here in this next class, again, there's definitely some differences and significant differences to analyze and trying to work through my head what I can sacrifice, what I'm comfortable with. And I've landed on this black and white steer here, just show steer silhouette from the side. He's neat and captivating from the profile, big-footed. I appreciate the hair quality and the hair coat that he's got. When you get your hands on him, he's got enough meat there. He's got some softness right over his rib. He balances his pieces extremely well. I'll tell you, he's not the stoutest in terms of just sheer muscle mass. When you get your hands on him or stepping behind him, when we set him into motion, I'd like to have him just a shout more slope and angulation to his rear joints. Still comfortable using that guy from his balance, his build, and bringing some of the extras that we don't see in some of these other cattle. The red cap that's going to sit second mirrors our class winner, just silhouette from the side. He's long and extended about his neck. He's square and symmetrical in his lines. He's round and robust in his tape. When you get your hands on top of him, he's actually got more meat and more mass than the calf we start with. But for me, he's not as firm to the touch. He's not as uniform in his finish. More importantly, when we step in behind him, of the top three, he wants to funnel down to the base of his quarter ever so slightly. I rate him to be just a notch bolder in his shoulder transition into his forward. I'd like to see him just a notch smoother in that regard. Take another away from the black cap here that's going to come in third. Taking nothing away from the third place calf here. Here's the deepest side. He's the most full. He's the roundest in his center body. When you get in behind him, he's got the biggest, widest pin set. He's got the most pop and flare to his outer stifle. I rate him to be just a notch earlier in his maturity, a little more jammed up in terms of being a shorter neck cap that's a little firmer, a little more finished today. I'd like to see him just a notch more eye-peeling off of the profile. His feet and legs is what sorts him over the cap that's going to round out our class. This one is longer and more extended about his neck. He's got a big, fresh, hard turn to his back. When you get in behind him, he's got plenty of shape. It's off of the side that this guy's a little deeper in his chest in relation to his flank. More importantly, when we set him into motion, I didn't see him as comfortable out here. I need to have an extra notch more flexibility to his rear joints. Really nice calf, full of meat and power. For me, this judge today just needs to be a notch more athletic. If you would, let's reward these four young men with a round of applause.
In your heavy market steer class, first place, Gage McKinney, Reeves County 4-H. Second place, Kristen Folks, Pecos FFA. Third place, Pace Evans, Pecos FFA. Fourth place, Aaron Torongo, Pecos FFA. Next we'll have our Champion Market Steer Drive. Champion Market Steer Drive. We have Bridget Evans, Gage McKinney, and Gage McKinney. We're going to be waiting just a second. Our market champion buckle is sponsored by Hops Drive-Through. Metal sign is sponsored by Cactus Flower. The Reserve Market Cattle Champion metal sign is sponsored by Cactus Flower. Now we have our junior committee members. Junior committee members, and they have been telling me to say their name for 30 minutes, and they're not paying attention anymore. Ryan Kington, Grace Evans, Brylan Evans, Bridget Evans, Aaron Tarongo, Tyler Tarongo, Brady Townsend, Rebecca Daniels, Ari Elliott, Wesleyan Elliott, Aubriana Harrison, Adeline Harrison, Adeline Acosta, Cutter Folks, Mackenzie Crum, Zachary Crum, McKenna Crum, Amber Martinez, Peyton Keaton, Haley Galindo, Abby Moffat, Carlos Gomez. Those are your Reeves County Junior Livestock Show Junior Committee members. We've got our market steers coming in. Market steers about to come in. Bridget Evans from a lightweight, medium weight Gage McKinney, heavyweight Gage McKinney. It looks like he has recovered. He's got a smile on his face now.
We set our 3 class winners back out here, and the young ladies' paint cap here out of the first class is one that I've talked about being one that's deep-sided and productive, but at the same time looking like a show steer off of the profile. We set him into motion out here compared to one or two of these others who maybe not quite as comfortable off of his rear joints. I think that's a very, very high-quality steer as we lead off of the show. The young man's middleweight is one that I talked about. Here's a moderate, big-footed, heavy-structured kind of calf. When you handle him, he's firm, he's fresh. Maybe talk him in class just like to level him ever so slightly out of his head, but I think that guy's a neat, attractive one that's loaded with plenty of muscle and power. The young man's heavyweight is one that you appreciate the silhouette that he gives you from the side. Appreciate the hair presentation. He's a big-footed one that's long and slick about his neck. As I said in class, maybe like to have that guy just have a notch more from behind in terms of lower quarter. Maybe just a notch more set to his rear joints. So there's some trade-offs amongst all three of them. The middleweight's our champion.
Your champion market steer is shown by Gage McKinney. That was the middleweight. We need Pace Evans coming in. Pace Evans middleweight coming in. Gage McKinney, Reeves County 4-H. Takes the licking and keep on picking.
Fortunately not. Now you just jinxed me. Fortunately not.
Is this like your ultimate job?
Are we doing another cattle drive too?
Yeah, Grand Champion.
Is this the knuckle drive? Oh, there's Paige. Paige just coming. Are you waiting for me to win tomorrow?
I'm rooting for you to win all of them.
Your reserve champion market steer is Pace Evans. Pace Evans, Heifers FFA. Okay, for our champion drive, champion cattle drive, we're going to need Ari Elliott, James Laura, and Gage Joy McKinney.
Not the heifer. And we just need that Laura and,
Yeah, it's just commercial and market.
yeah, so not the heifer.
Not the heifer.
Not the heifer.
Not the heifer, so we're going to have two. Gage,
Verify that with Windbreath.
Yeah, it's like
Right.
yeah.
Black. We need the heifer too? Nope. So we just need James and Gage. James and Gage, that's it.
I will buy you Snickers. Kit Kat, but with split it. I get 3 and you get 1.
2 and 2. That's a
I didn't say split in half, I just said split it.
That means split.
No,
Hey, Chuck. Did Kendra give you that paper on Brad?
Yes.
So that will be for the grand champion, and then I'm going to give you one for Doc, and it'll be senior showmanship, and it's written at the top.
Okay.
All right, from Grand Champion Cattle Drive, buckle sponsored by Boxy Livestock, medal sign sponsored by Marissa Flores Realtor. We also have a new trophy for the Grand Champion Cattle Drive. This is the Brad Golson Award. Brad has been a figure in the Reeves County Junior Livestock Show for most of his life. He grew up showing steers and pigs in Reeves County. He has served on the committee for 15 years and been instrumental in the Herdsman Award. He's a true leader in building up the youth in agriculture, happy to give advice, find kids, animals, help feeding programs, and sponsor and purchase anything from nuts and bolts to sales slots. Our show could not go on without him. We are happy to present the Grand Champion Cattle Exhibitor with the trophy plaque in his honor.
Good, Bryna. That was good.
As we get these two cattle back out here, the young man's commercial calf is one that is just that. He's a big-footed, heavy-structured, easy-doing kind of steer that's got the market fundamentals down just in terms of muscle, power, and finish. At the same time, maybe not just quite as slick and attractive and all the extras that we see in a true show steer package. I think when we get him set up and collected, you can maybe argue that he is just a notch more functional out of his hip and hind leg than the other calf. But the other calf takes things to the next level in terms of silhouette, style, balance. He's got more than enough in terms of muscle, body, and finish. That one there's going to be our champion. Congratulations.
Your overall market champion goes to Gage McKinney. Gage McKinney. Reeves County 4-H. Your reserve.
I'm barreling.
Bye-bye.
Young man leads the reserve of that division, and both of these cattle being American influence, it's even easier to see the differences for me. That one there comes just a notch leveler out of his hip. He's just as big-footed, if not heavier structure, particularly on his rear joints. He's got more just genuine meat power, as much finish and cover and market readiness about it, and still in the show steer package. Congratulations, that will be reserved.
Your reserve champion market is Pace Evans. Pace Evans, Heifers FFA. The reserve champion buckle sponsored by Mary Torongo, Memory of Gassa Torongo. Medal sign sponsored by Marissa Flores, Realtor.
We need our senior showman up. Senior showman.
All right, we need our senior showman, senior cattle showman. Coming to the ring, senior cattle showman. Senior cattle showman. Coming to the ring. Once again, congratulations, Gage McKinney, champion market cattle,
The lambs first, so I need to go get.
and Pace Evans, reserve champion market cattle.
Yeah, it better be you and not me.
Are we doing 3 different
Yes,
shows?
3.
The intermediate also?
Yes. I think on the steer though they talked about putting that one. There was just one on it, and they were gonna put it with the other one or something. Ask Kimber. They were gonna run it with that
So they're going to run the intermediate with the juniors or what?
something because was there only one showman? Yeah, because there's only one. They were gonna run it with the junior for the
With the
steer.
juniors?
Once again, I'd like to thank our judge, Jacob Lane, Perrin, Texas. Balmorhea FFA for the concession stand. Somehow I made a deal if somebody wins tomorrow, I gotta buy them a Kit Kat at the concession stand tomorrow. I don't know how that happened. I said we have to split it. She agreed. I said I get 3, she gets 1. She didn't like that one.
What about the intermediate too? Is it going with them? The intermediate and junior? Because there's
All right, we need the intermediate and the junior showman at the back gate. Meet with Brad. Intermediate and junior showman. Meet with Brad at the back gate.
you got Doc still?
Chat.
I'd like to remind everybody that each showmanship winner qualifies for the round robin showmanship championship. The round robin qualifiers will compete against other species winners for the age group division on Friday evening after the conclusion of the hog show. During the round robin championship, qualifiers will show a lamb, a goat, and a hog that they draw in the lottery just prior to entering the showroom. The qualifying exhibitors will be challenged to showcase their best showmanship skills while showing the variety of species unfamiliar to the animals. It's a great way to class. It's a great class to watch and cheer on. Winners of the round robin showmanship will win ultimate bragging rights and cowhide travel bag donated by Bighorn Fire Protection. Juniors and intermediates should be talking to Brad. Junior and intermediate showmen should be talking to Brad right now. This is the inaugural year for the intermediate showmen. The 6th through 8th graders. Buckles donated by Bank of Texas. Medal sign sponsored by Joe and Darcy Tyus. Why am I adding a D and an R? Just like it says, Tyus.
Phonics.
Leather and Cowhide Pendant, sponsored by Melissa Flores, Realtor.
Can you say hello to Mr. Laney's class back home watching online?
Mr. Lane's class back home watching online. Good evening. Good afternoon. You better be paying attention in class, or you will be getting in trouble when he gets back. That's just what he told me. That's a reminder that the Reeves County Junior Livestock Show and Sale is probably live streamed by Reeves County Digital Director Daniel Alvarado and can be viewed on the Reeves County Civic Center Facebook page. Please stream and share and let your friends and family know about this so they can see it wherever they are. The junior showman of 3rd through the 5th grade, buckle sponsored by Boxy Livestock, medal sign sponsored by Marissa Flores Realtor, leather and cowhide pendant also sponsored by Marissa Flores Realtor.
What age group is this?
It's the junior and the intermediate.
Junior and intermediate? Ryan, you have the wrong awards.
I still haven't told my dad when I said just put it again.
You don't need to know our business.
Senior showman, be ready, senior showman. Need to be at the back gate, senior showman. Senior cow showman at the back gate.
still giving 2 awards here? The only intermediate is the Ellen Pro.
I guess that's why they wanted to put. I don't know. Kendra, this is intermediate and junior sales?
But there's only one intermediate?
Yes. There's
And who is
intermediate.
that? Ari Elliott?
Okay.
So she gets it.
As we get here into the junior division of showmanship, I'm actually going to talk to intermediates first, because without a doubt, that's the only thing that I can go home and say I absolutely got right, and then nobody can argue with me again on that. I think our intermediate showman does a phenomenal job having her heifer posed on point. She pulls her into place, not only in this drive, but earlier in the show. Congratulations to 207. She's our champion intermediate showman. Young lady, I truly mean that. I'm not just telling you to say that to sound good on the mic. I think you certainly could stand some competition. You would do a great job. I hope you wish you the best of luck with your heifer down the road. You do a great job. Could stand competition and run with some of the best across the state. For me, it gets a little more challenging here in the junior division of showmanship, and running some things through my head again as we work through the next 48 hours or 24 hours, whatever the math ends up being by the time we get done. Excuse me. There's one thing that I enjoy judging showmanship, to get creative, to put the kids in different positions, but I don't like judging showmanship because I'm now judging your kid, not the animal. In that regard, it gets to this and make it more personal in that side of things. But again, as an ag teacher, I have 2 kids that we're doing some jackpotting stuff with as well. I certainly understand being on the other side of the fence. So some of the things that I look at here is just the showmanship deal. Some of the fundamentals of do we have our cattle with sticks on point, pull them into place? If we handle them, do we brush their hair back into place? Those kinds of things. For me, I looked at it not only as what we saw right here when they came in this drive, but what we saw earlier in the show as well. I think the one that suits me the best is one that has their cattle on point when asked to lead, pull them into place, set them up very quickly, and just as knowledgeable as everybody else. 074 is going to be our champion junior center.
All right, your intermediate champion, Ari Elliott. Your junior champion, Wesleyan Elliott. Senior showman, you need to get the back gate. Senior showman, back gate.
Did I do that backwards? Was that backwards? Yeah. The little one, okay. So I did it right. Okay.
Once again, congratulations to your intermediate cattle showmanship, Ari Elliott. And junior cattle showman, Wesleyan Elliott. Both Reeves County 4-H. Senior showman, come to the ring. Senior showman, come to the ring. Fine wool market lamps, you need to be getting ready. Fine wool market lamps, be getting ready. Olivia Ramon, McKenna Crum, Casey Shackelford, you need to be headed to the back gate. Senior showman will be coming in. The senior showman of 9th through 12th graders got a new trophy award, the Dr. Ronald Doc Box Showmanship Award. Doc has been in the committee for almost half a century. He served on the committee prior to attending vet school, and when he came back, he rejoined the committee. For almost 5 decades, Doc has doctored and led in leadership and the development of agriculture for our local youth. The committee is thrilled to now have a trophy plaque named in his honor for the Senior Cattle Showman. That goes to your Senior Showmanship Cattle Showman. Buckle sponsored by Quick Stop. Male sign sponsored by T&M Show Team. Leather and cowhide pendant sponsored by Marissa Flores, Realtor. Where did Doc go? He was back there. They were sure emphasizing that 50 years, weren't they? I think they were saying it's old. Once again, I'd like to thank our cattle superintendent, Brad Golson, with his assistant superintendent, Dr. Box. Senior Showman will be heading in, Senior Showman. After that will be the Fine Wool Market Land, Fine Wool Class 1. Olivia Ramon, McKenna Crum, Casey Shackelford.
Doing a hell of a job, buddy. Right? I can show you what the best of it. Come on. What are you doing? Nothing? Enjoying yourself?
Yes.
That's good.
This is how much it weighs. If y'all see, y'all get the lambs. If y'all see it going to sleep, just move this mouse, okay? Okay.
Oh, that's for lambs. Did you want to wear your crown to show? This is prettier than last year's. Really? Wait, wasn't it red last year? It was just the process red. What? The little Miss Holly? Oh yeah. It was red last year. Are you still doing it? She's gonna crown the next person. No, it's like you get this. And then these are and then there's only 11 steers. I'll tell you that. She might quit. Oh, because I want to do stuff like that. I don't have to come in 2 years because I want to do this each year. But I'm not going to quit for another year.
This one's our position. Are you gonna watch this show? I like it. Maybe. One day, I'm doing mine Sunday, Saturday, maybe Monday. Oh, you know what? I put it.
You want to take that off? Okay, whatever you do not press the
Hold this, mother.
I was talking like a movie.
Let's put your hands together for our senior showmanship. We got a big group here in the ring. Before I name our champion senior showman, I got to commend these kids that have come through the cattle show. I mean, without a doubt, they are respectful. Look you in the eye, whether they were first or fourth, shake your hand, tell you thank you. And that's a compliment to you kids because Y'all show 3 of 5 for me over the next 3 weeks to do. I hope the next 2 shows have kids that are as respectful as y'all. That's a compliment to your parents and community people too. You're raising them right here as well. They need to be complimented. For me, as I said in the other previous division of showmanship, something I don't like is we're looking at my preferences of what it is, and it just comes down to personal opinion today. There's not really right or wrong. It's subjective and that side of things. I think as we look at showmanship, again, as I said in the other divisions, it came down to stuff that I saw in the show ring. But more importantly, things that I did see here is what sorted it down to the last 2 or 3 here. Again, as you come in the ring, I know there's a lot of cattle. Our champion showmen pulled their cattle off of the fence multiple times, even when everybody else was doing the same thing. They rounded the corner with plenty of extra width, particularly in this corner, not only when they came in, but when we went longer around. I did ask the kids some about what they were feeding their project, and then I also asked them what I said I didn't like about it in class to see who was listening, truly working to try to get better down the road. And that was all. It's close, guys. There's a good group that are out here for me. Our champion showman's the young man here in the orange shirt.
Your 2026 champion senior cow showman, Aaron Torongo. Heifers FFA. Class 1 fine wool market lands, you should be at the back door. Class 1 fine wool market lands, you should be at the back door. Olivia Roman, McKenna Crum, Casey Shackelford. Class 2 fine wool lands, you need to be headed that way. Class 2 headed that way. Ian Simmons, Case Kington, Miles Roman, Peyton Kington, Casey Shackelford. Once again, congratulations, Aaron Torongo. I'd like to thank our sponsor, Toyota, for sponsoring the show again this year. And thank you to Reeves County Judge Leo Hung and his wife Minnie for sponsoring the new turf and whatever else his 5,000 went to. I think that was
Probably not for everybody. Chuck, if it's in red.
that's what it says.
If it's in red, chill out.
I'm like Anchorman. I just read what you put there in front of me. I'd like to thank our ring man, Roy Manahan. Fine wool market lands, class 1 fine wool market lands coming in the door. Olivia Roman, McKenna Crum, Casey Shackelford. Class 2, you need to be headed to the back gate or at the back door. Class 2, headed to the back door. Ian Simmons, Case Kington, Miles Roman, Peyton Kington, and Casey Shackelford.
Y'all can do multiple kits. That's what I did last year.
As we get started here at the Market Land Show, the young man's weather is the one we're going to start with in terms of just scalable width and power. I mean, that guy's rocked open in his chest. He's got a big wide rack and stretches my hand extremely well with a wide and long wing. Comes back square into his dock. He drops plenty of volume of muscle in his twist when you get in behind him. Off of the side, he's still neat and attractive enough in terms of the showland silhouette that he gives you there. Just sheer width and power is what I tie to that guy. The young lady's weather, that's going to be second. He's smoother in his shoulder. He's longer and more attractive at the front end of the skeleton. His neck is longer and thinner. It ties higher into his shoulder. He's shallower in his chest and more proportionate off of his side. It's when I get my hands on him that I got to leave this guy in second. He's just not quite as stout, not quite as fresh right over his rack. He wants to wash out ever so slightly in his loin when you step in behind him, just not near the muscle mass of the one that we tied to. Young lady that's going to round out our trio has another one that you got to love the front end when she gets him posed. He's long and slick about his neck, smooth about his shoulder of the trio that's out here. He just learned out of gas, so to speak. He's the narrowest. He doesn't handle quite as wide in terms of just genuine muscle mass. He is a nickel trimmer and leaner than the sheep that's in second, and I do appreciate that about it. Just not quite the mass to compete with that top pair. Let's reward these kids with a big round of applause.
All right, your Class 1 final market and first place, Casey Shackelford, Balmorhea FFA. Second place, McKenna Crone, Reeves County 4-H. Third place, Olivia Roman, Balmorhea FFA. Class 2 will be coming in the door. Class 2 final market and will be coming in the door. Ian Simmons, Case Keaton, Miles Roman, Peyton Keaton, Casey Shackelford. Final cross market lambs, Class 3, you need to be getting ready. Final cross market lambs, Class 3, you need to be getting ready. Malachi Poole, Jaden Lara, Cadence Brooks, Ian Villanueva.
It looks good on you. It looks good on you.
As we said in the second class of finals, this top pair is very high quality, and there's definitely some differences, not only off the side, but when you get your hands on them. I've opted to lead off with the young men's sheep. When you get your hands on him, he's firm, he's fresh right over his rack. He progressively widens back into a bigger loin, a more square dock, and he's got more volume and muscle when you step in behind him. Off of the side, from his shoulder blade back, I think he's more collected in his lines to give you a neater silhouette in that regard. At the same time, he is just a nickel deeper in his chest. He's not just quite as rock hard fresh and as wide right over his rack as the young ladies that's going to land in second. If you want to just go grab a hold of one that's got the biggest, widest rack, that's definitely that one. He is smoother in his shoulder. I do like how he's shallower in his chest. At the same time, he wants to rise up there, some in his loin off of the side. I'm ready to be just a nickel closer couple sheep. When you get your hands on him, he's a little softer there to the touch. I'd like to have that one just a nickel trimmer in terms of his handle. He wants to rise ever so slightly in his loin. And then when you step in behind him, not sure the extra power that we have in the other one there. So there's some differences amongst the two. I opted to use the one I think is a little more collected from his shoulder back that just progressively widens back there. A very, very high quality pair to start. Young man that's going to be on this side is going to come in third. This one's long and extended about his neck. It ties high into the top of his shoulder. He's just as wide and fresh right over his rack. But from there back, he wants to wash out ever so slightly in his loin. Of the top three, he's the narrowest when you get in right behind him, and the plainest down to the base of his leg. Young man that's going to be fourth, I love the silhouette that he gives you. He's just not quite as firm and wide in terms of just skeletal width there, just not quite the muscle mass. He does have just a notch more shape to his leg than the one does in third, just not quite the mass and width when you get in behind him back over his loin. The sheep that's running in our class is a round-bodied, easy-feeding kind of weather. At the same time, just not quite as firm when you handle him, not quite the muscle mass and width right over his rack and one. Put your hands together for the kids in this class.
In your Class 2 Final Wool Market Line, first place, Casey Shackelford, Balmorhea FFA. Second place, Peyton Kington, Pecos FFA. Third place, Case Kington, Pecos FFA. Fourth place, Miles Vermont, Balmorhea FFA. Fifth place, Ian Simmons, Balmorhea FFA. We have a Final Market Line champion.
Yeah, let's do it.
Casey Shackelford and Casey Shackelford coming in. champion final market land draw. The final champion buffalo sponsored by Brent and Maria Jacob, medal sign sponsored by the Nichols brothers.
Chuck, will you announce that last class to pick up their ribbons here? They didn't get their ribbons.
The Class 2
Final.
Class 2 final, if you just came out of the ring, you can pick up your ribbons here at the desk right here. See you, Amanda.
All these helpers not helping.
We're going to have to fire those 3 helpers, huh?
Go ahead. It's the junior committee.
Whoa.
We got our first and seconds back in the ring here in the final division, and the young man's lightweight is attractive. He gives you a neat silhouette, and he handles extremely fresh. No, he doesn't have the muscle mass that the one does in the heavier weighing class, but I think off to the side he's shallower in his chest. He gives you the neater show-length silhouette from the profile. He's firm, he's fresh, just as fresh as the bigger sheep as well. The bigger sheep is one that we talked about. He's fresh in his rack and progressively widens back to his dock. Gives you a square dock there with plenty of shape. As we look at him compared to the lightweight, maybe just a nickel deeper there in his chest and not quite as attractive off of the side. The second place lightweight was one that we liked just the look and the silhouette that he gives you, not sure the muscle mass, maybe just a little out of proportion in the depth of his chest in relation to its flank. There in that regard could be just a notch better off of the side. The big second place sheep there is one we talked about. He's got the widest rack. He is the freshest there. But from there back, he wants to rise ever so slightly in his spine. Maybe not quite as wide as we studied him in regards to the one that won that class. I think there's some subtle differences. The lightweight will be champion. The heavyweight will be reserved.
In your final market class slam, champion Casey Shackelford, Balmorhea FFA. Reserve champion Casey Shackelford, FFA. All those in the Class 2, you can come by the front desk and pick up your ribbons when you get a chance. Final cross market lounge, you need to get the back gate. Malachi Poole, Jaden Lara, Cadence Brooks, Ian Villanueva. Class 4 final market lands. Final cross market lands. Peyton Keaton, Ayana Garcia, Andrew Martinez, Olivia Roman, Miles Roman, you need to be headed that way. The final reserve champion medal sign sponsored by the Nichols brothers. Once again, Class 3 final cross squared market lands. You should be at the back door. Class 4, you need to be headed that way. Okay, Class 3 final market lands coming in. 3 final market rounds. Malachi Poole, Jaden Law, Cadence Brooks, Ian Villanueva. Class 4, you need to be headed to that gate. Does not say final cross. I missed the cross signal. You did that already. Final cross, final cross.
That's fine. So then this one, when in a minute when they're seeing their prizes and stuff too, they're gonna get in and go stand over there. There's a little thing in there that says the metal sign on and all that. So we're gonna have it all ready so when the land comes in, everything's ready to go. Okay? Well, there'll be 2 classes that we just do ribbons, and then there'll be another class with buttons. For this ribbon, you can go way over there, and then when it's time for y'all to go back out the ribbon, I'll go back and open the gate and y'all go out. In the back, yeah, in the back front.
Not till Saturday. No, I was just fixing some of the stuff in it. Put a deal, just stuff like that.
Very good class to analyze, and in this top 3, there's definitely some differences, and running through several scenarios of setting priorities in my head. And I guess the sheet that I landed on that I deem to be the most balanced off of the side, plus when you get your hands on it, is the young man here with the glasses closest to me. His sheet from the side is long and slick about his neck. It ties high there into the apex of his shoulder. He's shallow in his chest and maintains that parallelism in his lines. When you get your hands on him, he's wide in pressure in his rack. He progressively widens back to his loin. He's square in his dot. Now, I don't seem to have quite as much volume of muscle as the sheep does in second. when you step in right in behind him. And if you want to tell me this sheep in second, it's bigger legged, he's stouter, and he's got more volume of muscle when you get in right behind him, I certainly wouldn't argue with you one bit. That sheep is extremely fresh when you get your hands right over his rack. It's off to the side that this guy's going to land in second for me. I read him to be just notch earlier in his maturity. He's a little deeper in his chest. He's a little coarser there about his shoulder. He's not as long and attractive out of his neck. He gets a little steeper about his dock there in that regard. I didn't see him just to be quite as balanced off to the side as the sheep that we start with. The young man's sheep here in third is another one that gave me some problems of where to sort. Without a doubt, he is the one that stretches your hand with the most width right over his rack. He progressively widens to a fresh loin and square dock in that regard. He rivals the other two sheep with as much width there when you get your hands on him. It's when I step in behind this one. He's the shallowest in his twist of the top three. He gets a little cowhawk from behind in that regard. Of the top three, I didn't like him to match up with this in terms of sheer muscle mass. When you step in behind as the other two, he matches the class winner there in that regard, but off to the side. He's a little lower set in his neck. He's just as coarse there, and his shoulder not quite as attractive, just like the sheep that I put in second. That's ultimately why he's going to be third. Taking nothing away from the young lady's leather here that's going to round out the class. Here's a round-bodied, easy-feeding kind of sheep. Just needs more width and muscle to compete up with the sheep up in front. Very good class to sort. My compliments to these top three. Let's put our heads together for goodness sake. Head back.
In your Class 3 final cross market land, first place, Jaden Lord, Balmorhea FFA. Second place, Malachi Poole, Balmorhea FFA. Third place, Ian Villanueva, Balmorhea FFA. Fourth place, Caden Brooks, Balmorhea FFA. Class 4 final cross market lands, coming in the door. Peyton Kington, Ayana Garcia, Amber Martinez, Olivia Roman, Miles Roman.
I've got the video that I rolled just now. Did you see that eye roll?
As we get here in this next class, this top pair, there's definitely trade-off amongst the pair here. The young lady here in the cheetah printed shirt is one that, when you get your hands on him, he's really firm to the touch. He's wide and his spine set deep in a bold upstanding rack. He transitions back into a big wide loin. Square dog with plenty of volume of muscle. Off of the side, he's square from his shoulder back. I'd like to clean him up and make him just a notch more attractive out of the front end of the skeleton. For me, he's firmer. He's more appropriate in the finish that he's got compared to the young lady sheep that's going to be in second. I love the silhouette of this guy. He's a short back one that's long and slick about his neck. He's smooth in his shoulder, square and level in his lines. He's got plenty of shape when you get in behind it. Probably just genuine more volume of muscle right in his twist. That's when I get my hands on him, and I think the sheep is over-finished. I'd like to have him firmer and trimmer there just to be a notch more market appropriate, and hopefully to put him in second. If you want to flip that pair and say sheep's not too fat, I certainly wouldn't argue with you for this judge today. He's going to be a nickel too fat. Young lady, he's going to end up in second in that regard. The young lady's sheep here that's going to be third, taking nothing away from him. I love this silhouette. When he came in, I thought, man, there's one that's going to be hard to get around, leading right out the gate. Tall-shouldered, attractive one that's shallow in its chest, smooth and symmetrical in its lines, really fresh right over its rack. From his right back, he wants to wash out ever so slightly in his loin. In terms of freshness, not quite as wide and stout back as he progressed back compared to the top two. But a very nice, neat, attractive sheep with plenty of muscle up front to compete. Young man's sheep that comes in next is another one that's really wide, and it's deceiving how much mass he really has when you get your hands up on him. He's one that is shallow in his chest. He's wearing his dock. When you get there back, he funnels down to the base of his leg, just not quite the mass when you step in behind him over the top four. Kind of the same story for the young ladies that's going to round out the class. Another one that's really round-bodied, just not quite as shapely and as fresh, and just in raw muscle mass compared to the others up in front. Let's put our hands together for these kids as they head back.
In your Class 4 Fine Wool Cross Market Lamb, first place, Ambry Martinez, Reeves County 4-H. Second place, Peyton Keaton, Pecos FFA. Third place, Ayana Garcia, Balmorhea FFA. Fourth place, Miles Roman, Balmorhea FFA. Fifth place, Olivia Roman, Balmorhea FFA. Our first place is coming back, Jaden Laura and Ambry Martinez. The champion Fine Wool. Cross. Then let me finish my sentence. I can take a break.
You're bringing both back, aren't you? You're bringing ones and twos?
All right, Andrew Martinez and Peyton Keaton and Jay Laura and Malachi Poole. Southdown Market Lands, and we headed back gate. Southdown Market Lands headed to back gate. McKenzie Crum, Alan Harrison, Amory Beltran. Southdown Market Lands Class 5 headed to the back gate. Class 6, you need to be getting ready.
As we set these first and second place back in the young men's light, it's one that you'll have the silhouette from the side, this attractiveness at the front end of its skeleton. He's square and fresh over his rack and progressively widens. As I said in class, I know that she needs to be just a notch more fuller in his leg and a little deeper in his twist. I think he's got enough here for what we have to play with. He's right in terms of his finish. He's firm there in that regard. The young ladies out of the heavyweight class is one that is just really, really fresh. He's wider. He progressively widens back. No, he's not as neat and attractive off of the side as the one that's out of the lightweight class, but he does just have more mass to him. So I think there's some give and take there. The young men's second place lightweight is one that's just extremely stout and powerful, really, really fresh. Probably the freshest sheep that we've had of this division. It's off to the side, but this one, I'd like to clean him up and just make it more attractive at the front end of the skeleton. The young lady's second place heavy is one that we talked in class. That's attractive. It's stout, just a little extra heavier in terms of its condition for me today in that regard. So there's not one that we can just tie to and say that's the one that I absolutely like and can't get around. I think it just comes down to my opinion. I'm going to keep the two heavyweights together in this division. Let's congratulate both of those young ladies.
And your final cross market land champions, Amber Martinez, Reeves County 4-H. Reserve champion, Peyton Kingston, Pecos FFA. Class 5 Southbound Market Lands. Coming in the gate, Mackenzie Crum, Adeline Harrison, Anne-Marie Beltran. Class 6, you need to be headed that way. Class 6 Southbound Market Lands, Amber Martinez, Levi Baeza, Casey Shackelford. Your final cross champion buckle sponsored by the Robert Harrison family, medal sign sponsored by Folks & Sons Cattle Company. The final cross reserve medal sign sponsored by Richard and Cherry Villanueva.
As we get here in the Southbound Division, just one class, so this will be our breed champion drive as well. The young lady on your right, as you're over here, has got our breed champion, one that just is the balance sheep off to the side. The balance sheep off to the side in terms of silhouette from the profile. He's square and symmetrical in his lines. When you get your hands on him, he's fresh in his rack. Comes back white and square. He's got the most volume of muscle when you get in behind him in terms of his leg. He's the complete one to tie to. The young lady that's in the middle is going to be second, and one that is longer and slicker about his neck. He's shallow in his chest, and compared to the sheep we start with, it's deceiving for that sheep to be that long and slick, how wide he is right over his loin. He actually stretches your hand with more width over his loin than the one we start with there in that regard. Okay. One more class of Southdowns. My guys got me right there. So this is class 1 of the Southdowns. The one in the middle there is wider there, and his loin in that regard not quite as full there in his leg and the depth of muscle that you see in compared to the one that we start with. But I like the attractiveness that one gives you off of the side. Taking nothing away from the young lady that's rounding out this trio. Here's a round rib sheep that handles extremely fresh right over his rack. It's off the side. This one gets deeper in his chest. He wants to roach there in his top. You need to just see him look like more of a show limb off of the side to work up with that top hair. Let's put our hands together for these three young ladies as they head down.
In your Class 5 Southdown Market Run, first place, Adeline Harrison, Reeves County 4-H. Second place, Mackenzie Crum, Pecos FFA. Third place, Henry Beltran, Balmorhea FFA. We have Class 6 coming in, Class 6 Southdown Market Runs coming in. Amber Martinez, Levi Baeza, Casey Shackelford.
Real similar to our first class, the young lady's Ewe-Lamb is one that is just a balanced and complete one. I like this one just when you get your hands on her. She's so fresh and wide over her rack and her loin. She comes back square there in her dock and plenty of volume and muscle. I think she's attractive enough out of the front end of her skeleton and the silhouette that she gives you. That's where the young man's weather in second is actually just a notch more captivating off of the profile. That weather is longer and slicker about his neck. I love how tidy it ties into the top of his shoulder. That's when I get my hands on this one. He's not quite as expansive right over his rack and loin. He's just a little softer to the touch there today. I'd like to have that one handled just a nickel harder and more firm there and just trim him up ever so slightly to compete with the Ewe-Lamb that we start with. Taking nothing away from the young man that's running out this high-quality trio. There's another well-balanced sheep that's wide, got plenty of muscle. He's a little deeper and coarser in his chest compared to the two up in front. Just not quite as fresh and wide right over his loin. Once again, just a nickel steeper out of his dock, but a very high-quality sheep to round out this trio. Let's put our hands together one more time for these three kids.
In the Class 3 Southdown Market Run, first place, Andrew Martinez, Reeves County 4-H. Second place, Casey Shackelford, Balmorhea FFA. Third place, Levi Baeza, Balmorhea FFA. We've got our champion reserve run coming in. Adeline Harrison, Mackenzie Crum, Andrew Martinez, and Casey Shackelford. Champion Southdown Market Run. Dorper Market Runners, you need to be headed to the back gate. Dorper Market Runners, you need to be headed to the back gate. The Southdown Champion Buckle, sponsored by Roy and Henry Lanahan. Medal signs, sponsored by the Daniels family. Thank you, CR. Southdown Reserve Champion Medal signs, sponsored by Dana Armstrong.
We set these first and seconds back in this division. The young ladies light weight was the balance, one of the class that brought plenty of muscle and freshness there, just overwhelmed the others just in terms of sheer power. I think a balance sheet there in that regard. As we study that one compared to maybe the heavyweight that's now out here, maybe not quite as slick and tidy there in terms of its hide there. I'd like to just make the nipple more attractive there out of the front end of the skeleton, being a little picky there, not near the mass, and it obviously is a lighter weight compared to the heavyweight sheet there in that regard. That heavyweight sheet is one we talked about just being really, really fresh. She's firm to the touch, she's square in her dog, not as attractive as the one that was second at it in that class up front. I think she's more than acceptable enough in that regard. The lightweight is one that was long and attractive, really surprising how wide he handled it back in his loin, but in this drive just a little deeper in his chest compared to his flank. The second place heavy is one that I talked about the silhouette from the side. I love that sheep when he's got him driving like that. Just a little softer there, maybe a nickel trimmer for me in that regard. With that said, I think it's very easy for me to put together. I'm going to keep the two heavyweights together. Young lady here will have the champion. Second place heavyweight will be reserved.
Your champion Southdown Market Land, Amber Martinez, Reeves County 4-H. Your reserve champion, Southdown Market Land, Casey Shackelford, Balmorhea FFA. Dorper Market Lands, you need to be at the back gate. Class 7, Dorper Market Lands at the back gate. Brianna Villalobos, Adriana Harrison, Laurelyn Lopez at the back gate. Class 8, light, medium weight wool lambs. You need to be headed that way. Class 8 light, medium, wool, market lambs. McKenna Crone, Zachary Crone, Jeremiah Poole, Zachary Crone, Mackenzie Crone.
Next class is only first, second, third.
Your Dorper Champion buckle sponsored by Trans-Pecos Bank. Medal sign sponsored by Sam Showlands. Your Dorper Reserve Champion medal sign sponsored by 7E Showlands. Dorper's coming in, Dorper Market Lands coming in. Brianna Villalobos, Adriana Harrison, Laurelyn Lopez. Light, medium, wool, market lands, you may be headed to the back gate.
We've got one class in Dorper, and my committee may double check it. So this is the champion Dorper drive as well. We're starting with the young ladies while you're on the far side, and one that's the most balanced off of the profile, and she's got it collected and driving. He's square and his shoulder, his top lining, his neck ties high there and balances and proportions back appropriately. He's firm and wide over his rack and his loin. But more importantly, when we set this one into motion, he's got more set and flex to his rear joints compared to the sheep that's going to be in two. He's more collected in his top line than we've got him driving and set up right in that regard. The young lady in the middle, black-headed one, is going to be second. This one's really, really fresh. He's firmer to the touch than the sheep I start with. He's got just as much muscle when you step in behind. It's when we set him into motion that this sheep's going to sit reserved with me today. He's not quite as coordinated off of his rear too. A nickel extra set to his hind leg there and doesn't flex and reach quite appropriately. Taking another away from the young lady here closest to me. Here's a stout, powerfully constructed sheep in his own right. He's plenty wide. He's plenty stout. For me, when we look at this one, his neck doesn't tie high and has quite as high to the top of his shoulder, but he was a little steeper there out of his dock. When you get your hands on him, he's not as firm to the touch. He's not as wide and square right back over his loin. But another one that's plenty wide, plenty stout in his own right as well. Let's reward these three young ladies with a round of applause.
Your champion Gopher Market Lamb belongs to Aubrey Harrison, Reeves County, 4-H. Reserve champion Gopher Market Lamb, Laura Lopez, Reeves County, 4-H. Class 8 light, medium wool market lambs need to be at the back gate. McKenna Crum, Zachary Crum, Jeremiah Poole, Zachary Crum. Mackenzie Crum and Mackenzie Crum. Class 9 need to be headed that way. Class 9 medium market wool market lambs. London Baeza, Gabriela Juarez, Riley Folks, London Baeza, Olivia Roman, Casey Shackelford. You need to be headed that way.
It's killing me. I look at it, and I think Zachary, and then I start saying Zachariah.
Class 8 will be coming in. Class 8 light medium wool market lambs. McKenna Crum, Zachary Crum, Jeremiah Poole, Zachary Crum, Mackenzie Crum, Mackenzie Crum. Class 8, Class 9, you need to be headed to the back gate. Class 9 will be headed to the back gate. The medium wool market lambs. London Baeza, Gabriela Juarez, Riley Folks, London Baeza, Olivia Roman, and Casey Shackelford.
Oh, yeah. He's trying to beat him with numbers, is what he's doing. He's
Maybe try to go to the bathroom, but we'll help. Yeah. Because like some really show.
$335. No. Looking for the field card.
I'm fine right now.
So you're the one in the middle? Oh, he's the lead kid? The one in the middle? The bigger kid? Okay. Screwed up every name, but that's okay. What's you? Right here, right now. Get this page. goats. We're moving pretty quick though. It's moving pretty fast. Figure 6:30 maybe? 6:37 probably. There's a big machine. This one's hard because it films all of these but one. So this is who's right. What are you talking about? We'll just have to wait for Bubba to tell us.
What you think, Doc?
I know.
What do you think about this weather?
This is one of the nicest stock shows we've had. Usually it's the coldest time of year.
I know. I love it. I love it.
Very, very close top pair here amongst the two. I opted to use the young man sheep. I think he's simply stouter when you look at him in terms of chest width. When you get your hands on him, he's really firm over his rack. But he progressively widens back to the bigger loin with more square dot, with more volume of muscle there. From the side, I think that one's still very collected in the front 2/3 of the skeleton. At times he wants to wash ever so slightly there and his loin back into his hip. But I think at times we maybe just have just a little too stretched. But he does a very, very good job in terms of handling, or when you get down one with his hands on to handle him. He's very, very fresh. He's square. He's a stout, powerful sheep to tie to. Young lady that's going to sit second, one that's a little more captivating from the profile. I love how long and tidy his neck is into the top of his shoulder. He's shallow in his chest and smooth in his shoulder. He's fresher when you get your hands and firmer to the touch right over his rack. He wants to fade out ever so slightly back to his loin. Not quite as firm there, not quite as wide. And then you step in behind, not sharing the volume of muscle or stoutness of feature down at the surface, but a very, very high quality sheep to sit in too. Take another one from the young man here who's going to land in third. Here's another stout, wide constructed sheep. He's really fresh right over his rack. Wants to wash out ever so slightly into his loin. Gets a little deeper in his chest and not quite as attractive off of the side. Young lady that's going to sit in fourth. He's got one that's long and slick. He's on the top where he wants to wash out and funnel down. Be the shallowest and his twist the most of that group. Young lady that comes next has got another one that there's the one in fourth in terms of silhouette off of the side. Love the long slick neck on this blue sheep. At the same time, he's just the nickel sailor to the touch, not quite as wide and stout in terms of just raw muscle mass. The same can be said about the sheep that's rounding out the class here. The one that was the flattest in his leg, maybe not quite the muscle mass. I like the silhouette, just needs to have more bulk to compete up high. Very good class. Let's award these kids with a round of applause.
Class 8, light, medium, middle market lambs. First place, Jeremiah Poole, Balmorhea FFA. Second, Zachary Crum, Reeves County 4-H. Third, Zachary Crum, Reeves County 4-H. Fourth, McKenna Crum, Reeves County 4-H. Fifth, Mackenzie Crum, Pecos FFA. Sixth, Mackenzie Crum, Pecos FFA. Got class 9, medium, wool market lambs. Class 9, Lemon Baeza, Gabriella Wallace. Riley Folks, Lemon Baeza, Olivia Roman, Casey Shackelford. Class 10 need to be headed to that weight. Heavy medium wool market lambs. Andrew Martinez, Aubriana Harrison, Miles Ramon, Carter Folks, Andrew Martinez, and Haley Galindo.
was the only one we could figure out.
So that's why I come running over here.
Yeah, we just gave up. We're like, we're gonna have to wait till Bubba tells us what happened.
I really wasn't paying attention until Amanda goes, hey, you're going to have to get ear tags. And I look, oh, every one of them.
Every one of them.
Almost done, maybe.
Do you know which one's London? In the pink? So then that's Gabrielle next to it. So those last two are both Londons. Saw 5. That one's 51, so she's got 18. Need more ring balls. Oh. Put him in the pin. She got that pin open, Bubba.
all this. We didn't bring one of them up here, and I'll work on updating it. And then I'm gonna how to make it look instead of copy. Is there that you know I've been doing it, I got it.
Very, very high quality trio of sheep here on the far side. I'm going to keep them in place. We'll start with the young lady here closest to me to lead off with. I think this sheep's extremely high quality. I love the balance that he gives you off of the side. She's got him posing exactly perfect to give you the neat show-length silhouette. He's a nickel shorter body. He's fresher and firmer to the touch from his rack all the way back to his loin. He measures a wide loin. He's squaring his dog. For me, he's got more volume and muscle right in the base of his twist. He's widening his chest. For me, I like how his neck ties higher into the top of his shoulder. He's shallower in his chest. He's rounder about his body there compared to the sheep that's in second. Take another away from the sheep that's in second. He stretches my hand with more width over his rack and his loin. He measures a longer loin as well in that regard. He's a little deeper in his chest, not quite as collected in his top line as the sheep that we start with. taking nothing away from the young lady who's running out this top trio that I think are extremely high quality. This was another wide-based, heavy muscle sheep that stretches your hand with plenty of muscle. Of the top trio, he's the softest to the touch, not quite as hard and firm in the handle that he gives you. I didn't see him having quite the muscle mass that the two up in front. More importantly for me, he wants to close in at his knee ever so slightly. As we round out the class here in 4, 5, and 6, the young man that's going to come in fourth has got another one that I appreciate the silhouette that he gives you. He's got plenty of muscle mass in this shoe, just not quite the gas in the tank that the three up in front do. Once the shallow would taper ever so slightly and a twist, they're not as full and collected off of the side. The young lady that comes next is another one that's long and extended about her neck. Again, just not quite the muscle mass, the firmness to the touch. The same could be said about the blue sheep that rounds out a class. Long and extended neck and ties hind to the shoulder. It's just the skinniest and the narrowest of the class that's out here. Consequently, we're going to place him a little further down. Maybe some more time on feet. He'll bulk up and stretch as we go further down the road with that one. Let's reward these kids one more time. Put your hands together, folks.
Class 9, medium wool market lambs. First, Riley Folks, Reeves County 4-H. Second, Casey Shackelford, Balmorhea FFA. Third, Olivia Ramon, Balmorhea FFA. Fourth, London Baeza, Balmorhea FFA. Fifth, Gabriela Juarez, Balmorhea FFA. And sixth, London Baeza, Balmorhea FFA. Class 10, heavy medium wool market lambs coming in the gate. Class 10, heavy medium wool market lambs. Andrew Martinez, Adriana Harrison, Miles Lamont, Carter Folks, Andrew Martinez, Haley Galindo.
What are you doing, sister? Working hard? Basically, you're trying.
Chuck, will you announce that we're going to start the goat classes with the does? They just didn't get printed in the book. And let me print you some.
I got some.
Oh, you got some? Okay. Do you have some?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
I just got one sheet.
I think that's all it is.
Oh, goodness.
Okay.
Oh.
I mean, I feel fast. I don't know. Yeah. The one minute it feels like it's lugging, and then the next minute it's like. He's fine right now. Miles, go in front of her. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe I'll leave that one off.
As we get here in this heavyweight medium air drive, I'd be the first to tell you that there's definitely some major differences amongst this trio, and there's not one that I can just tie to significantly for just calling one the balance sheet. I've opted to use the young lady in the middle, whether his one is just simply overwhelms the others in terms of sheer width, power, and muscle. He's the widest in his chest. He's the firmest and freshest to the touch. He stretches your hand with the most width over his rack and loin. Carries that back to the squarest dock with the most volume of muscle in his leg. Off the side, I deem this sheep to be neat enough when we set him into motion, and he's certainly sound. I'd like to just maybe make him a lot much more collected in his top line. There at times I read him to be just a little deeper in his chest, maybe a rougher in his outline over his top line compared to some of the other sheep that are out here. But his sheer muscle mass is overwhelming, and then right there, young lady, would have made my job a lot faster and a lot easier there in that regard when he got imposed like that. I think that's the one that's the safest for me just in terms of muscle mass, power being to be neat enough in terms of his look. The young man sheep that's going to be second, I love from his shoulder back. He's square and symmetrical in his lines. He's more collected in his top line. He stretches my hand with plenty of width over his rack. Wants to wash out ever so slightly in his loin in terms of freshness compared to the sheep we start with when you step in behind, planes up just ever so slightly in terms of the base of his leg. Another one that I put him in second, I didn't think he was quite as collected. His neck wants to tie just a nickel lower into his shoulder. I didn't even be quite as smooth in there in his shoulder as some of the others that were out here, but I loved him from his shoulder back. Another one extremely fresh. The one that I like the best off the side is the young lady that's going to sit here in third. This sheep is the most balanced. I love how his neck ties tied to his shoulder. He's a shallow-chested sheep that's square and symmetrical in his line. When you get your hands on him up the top three, he's the softest to the touch. He's not quite as firm, and he's not quite as fresh as the top pair there. That's why he's going to sit third. He's a balanced sheep that's got enough muscle there, just not quite the muscle and the extras in terms of freshness and shape and expression that the top pair does. A very high-quality sheep to sit in third. Taking nothing away from the young lady who's going to be fourth. Here's another one that's fresh, is firm to the touch of the top four. He was the deepest in his chest, then a little deeper there and coarser about the front end of his skeleton in terms of how his neck ties into his shoulder, a little looser about his hide in that regard. Young man in fifth's got one that's long and slick about his neck, just not quite the sheer scale, the width and power. A bigger frame sheep that just needs to have more bulk to him. Kind of the same story for the blue sheep that's rounding out the class. Another one that's just a little deeper in his chest, not quite as firm to there to the touch, wants to wash out ever so slightly there. And there's one just maybe some more time on feed will come up some more muscle mass. Let's put our hands together for the kids in this class.
In your Class 10 Heavy Medium Wool Market Land, first place, Andrew Martinez, Reeves County 4-H. Second place, Carter Folks, Reeves County 4-H. Third place, Andrew Martinez, Reeves County 4-H. Fourth place, Aubriana Harrison, Reeves County 4-H. Fifth place, Miles Ramon, Balmorhea FFA. Sixth place, Haley Galindo, Balmorhea FFA. We need all of our first place medium wool market lambs back in.
You want both? Y'all doing both?
We need first and second places back in the ring. First and second places for your lightweight, Jeremiah Poole and Zachary Crum. For Class 9, Riley Folks, Casey Shackelford. For Class 10, Amber Martinez and Cutter Folks. Your medium wool champion buckle sponsored by Garland Pumping and Roustabout Services. Medal sign sponsored by Folks and Sons Cattle Company. Medium wool reserve champion medal sign sponsored by the Daniels family. Once again, first and seconds, Jeremiah Poole, Zachary Crum, Riley Folks, Casey Shackelford, Amber Martinez, and Cutter Folks. Don't forget, after the Lamb Showmanship, we're doing the Go classes. Go classes are after the Lamb Showmanship.
Is that right? Hey, Emma, get some extra.
$4. I need change.
We get our first and seconds out here in the medium wool division. Young man's lightweight was one that's just long and extended about its neck, a balance sheet that was firm and fresh to the touch. Again, another one that I think just needs more time on feet. He gets a little flatter about his rib and not quite as stout and bulky as the two behind him in the lineup, but a very high quality sheep. The same thing, a young man that sat second is an attractive one, just not quite the muscle mass that some of the others have out here. The one out of the middleweight class is one I like the balance, the build off of that sheep. He's firm and fresh to the touch. Maybe he wants to get just a little upright on his rear too, ever so slightly as we got him out here in the drive. That's being very, very picky. The second place of that class is firm and fresh to the touch. Maybe he wants to get a little coarser about the front end of the skeleton, a little more sway there in his top line ever so slightly, but another very high quality sheep out of that class. Young lady's heavyweight is stout, he's powerful there in that regard. It's extremely fresh and firm to the touch. I talked with her just ever so slightly, wanting to overdrive him some, where he looks out of bounds in his top line just a bit in that regard, but a very high quality stout woman. I think certainly attractive enough when she gets him pulled together. The second place in that class, I love from his shoulder back. He's firm, he's fresh, he's attractive, just maybe a little deeper there. His neck attachment a little coarser there at the base of his shoulder. Again, being very, very picky and popping some subtle differences. I'm going to take one more look, and I'm going to name your champion, reserve champion, and medium wool.
All right, your champion meetable market lamb is Avery Martinez, Reeves County 4-H. Reserve champion medium market lamb, Riley Folks, Reeves County 4-H. We're going to need our breed champions back, breed and reserves.
I'm doing all right.
For 5 more market lambs, Casey Shackelford ×2. For 5 more crosses, Andrew Martinez and Peyton Keaton.
Here, is this help? That, is this help?
Stop downs.
I can't see that
Oh,
far.
I was going to say.
Andrew Martinez and Casey Shackelford. For Thorpers, Adriano Harrison and Laurelyn Lopez. And for medium bulls, Andrew Martinez and Riley Folks. We need all those back. All those back. Hey, get that money off my kid.
I don't remember.
Oh.
No, there.
She took my money. She won't give me $1 back. Once again, we need Casey Shackelford ×2 on the 5 market lambs. On the 5 crosses, we need Andrew Martinez and Peyton Keaton. South Downs, we need Andrew Martinez and Casey Shackelford. On Thorpers, we need Adriana Harrison and Laurelyn Lopez. And on the medium wolves, we need Andrew Martinez and Riley Folks. Once again, don't forget, after Land Showman is the doe show. We have the 3 classes of does. They are after the Land Showman.
I gave her 20 screw every day.
We can just do it. Okay. You want to keep going?
All right, we're bringing the champions in first. Champions in. Casey Shackelford, Andrew Martinez, Adriana Harrison, and Andrew Martinez. Bring them in. Final, Casey Shackelford. Casey Shackelford, your lightweight needs to come in. Final crosses, Andrew Martinez. South Down, Andrew Martinez. Thorpers, Adriana Harrison. Mediums, Andrew Martinez. Medium Andrew Martinez. Your grand champion land buckle is sponsored by Trans-Pecos Bake. The medal sign is sponsored by Gomez Sports Gear. We also have the Dale Toon Trophy Award. Mr. Dale Toon was a lifelong supporter and contributor to the stock show. Dale had 2 kids, Billy Dale and George, who grew up in Balmorhea schools and showed animals in Reeves County show before showing all over the state each year. After his boys left for college, Dale continued to be a big supporter of this show. That trophy goes to the Grand Champion Land. Grand Champion Land. Once again, we'd like to welcome Jacob Lane from Perrin, Texas. Is your class still watching?
Probably not.
Probably not. Now I got a lot of school.
Let's give a round of applause for the kids that were fortunate enough to make it here. A very high quality sheep show. We're not going to break each one of the divisions down. Again, a very high quality sheep show. I wish the kids and parents and agents and advisors in the back rivers helping them the best of luck and help the animals as they progress through the winter. It was a very, very good sheep show. I'm not going to lie, when we got into those medium bulls, it was extremely, extremely close. We're splitting hairs, some subtle differences. There's without a doubt a sheep that's just overwhelming in terms of freshness, muscle thickness, shape. I just pray that she won't overdrive him as she progresses down the road. Congratulations.
Your world champion market lands, Ambry Martinez, Reeves County 4-H. We need Riley folks in the ring, Riley folks in the ring.
Again, a very, very high quality sheep show. My compliments to the kids and the people that are putting them in the back here. And taking nothing away from these other breeds and divisions. I thought that medium wool division was a very, very high quality, very, very good set of sheep there. I probably like this one off the profile nickel better than the one that we named as our eventual champion. He just don't have quite the muscle mass, the firmness to the touch. I think that's a very, very good sheep that's captivating off the profile. Hopefully make this look really good in the picture, young ladies. You're going to be reserved.
Your overall reserve champion market land, Riley Folks. Reeves County 4-H. Congratulations.
Are you doing, how many showmen do you have? Do you have enough to do intermediate? You got to do junior first, intermediate, and senior?
Showman.
It's what y'all want it to be. You tell me, and that's the way we'll do it.
It says intermediate, junior.
On the paper,
It shows senior, intermediate, and junior. Is that how you want it? You tell me. Y'all.
All right, we need senior showmen, senior lamb showman to the ring, senior lamb showman to the ring. I'd like to thank the hard work of our land superintendent, Roy Manahan, and assistant Teresa Shackelford.
You want senior showman? Is that what you want?
Senior lamb showman, senior lamb showman, come to the back gate. Senior lamb showman to the back gate. Like the cattle. Just like the cattle, each showman winner qualifies for the round robin showmanship championship. The round robin qualifiers will compete against each species winner for their 8th division Friday evening after the conclusion of the hog sale. During the round robin championship, qualifiers will show a lamb, a goat, and a hog that they draw in the lottery just prior to entering the showroom. Qualifying exhibitors will be challenged to showcase their best skills while showing a variety of species with unfamiliar animals. It's always a great class to watch and cheer on. Winners of the round robin showmanship championship will win ultimate bragging rights and a cowhide travel bag donated by Bighorn Fire Protection. Senior showman, 9th through 12th grade. Senior showman also comes with the Buck Miller Award. Buck Miller was a longtime supporter of this stock show. Buck's ancestors are still avid supporters of agriculture, the rodeo, the Texas Rodeo Hall of Fame, and the stock show. It is a very prestigious and coveted award that has been presented since 1970. The senior showman buckle sponsor is Roger Harrison family. Medal sign sponsored by Marissa Flores. Senior showman coming in the gate. Senior showman coming in the gate.
Sure, you got a pee sometimes. I'm probably standing here telling everybody this on Facebook.
You tricked me.
I didn't. I'm sorry. Because you already know who it is. See if anybody's spinning. Pay attention.
As we get here in the senior showmanship division, as I said just the same earlier in the cattle, I don't like doing the showmanship because we're judging the kids, not the animal, and it gets a little personal there in that regard. I try to spin and do some things. I told our announcer earlier when I was standing there acting like I was drinking a Dr. Pepper, nobody executed it perfectly. Why? Where was I at and what side did y'all leave your sheep on? I was actually judging you, not just drinking a Dr. Pepper. All of you came in on the show side, you should have spun around a while ago when you came in. If somebody would have done that, it's game over. I had an easy decision there. When we went around and did a circle, I was pulling some of you over here totally random. Not that y'all were doing anything wrong. Whoever was behind you, I was trying to see if they would pull forward in line. That's why I kept spinning back around to judge y'all to watch also what was happening behind. Some of you, if you're standing this far apart and I come push you over, your stance is too wide for this judge today. Okay? In that regard, I like him to be a little bit more closed up there. Even as I told you over here, he's a big, tall kid with a small sheep. And that side of things, it comes down to my preference. We're left with the two young ladies out here. I think you both do a phenomenal job looking at what who had their sheep pulled faster, quicker, and those things. We switch sheep just to throw you off and see if you'd stay calm and composed. For me, I think our senior showmanship person had their sheep collected the whole time, whether it was in this drive or earlier in the show. With that said, the young lady over here in the strike.
Your senior line showman for 2026 is Peyton Keeton. Peyton Keeton, Reeves,
I mean, she still is the
Heifers FFA.
But it's late. What time is it back? Oh,
I knew.
way to go.
I knew earlier. I was thinking that's what would happen. It is
Intermediate lamb showman. You get the back gate. Intermediate lamb showman at the back gate. Does she have the wrong?
Does she have the right one? Why does she have the round robin here?
Huh?
Why does she have the round robin banner?
She's got the round robin banner.
Yes, it's her qualifier. She's a round robin qualifier.
Oh, for
But she's
winning.
still the showman, yeah? Huh? She doesn't have a showman banner?
She's got a sign and a buckle over there also for showmanship.
We want a banner. We don't
Showmanship
care.
makes her a round robin
We
qualifier.
want a banner.
For what you're saying.
Intermediate showmen need to get to that gate. Intermediate juniors, you need to be right behind them. Don't forget the doe show is after the lamb showman. The doe show is after the lamb showman. Intermediate showmen are 6th through 8th grade, sponsored by Bank of Texas. Buckle sponsored by Bank of Texas. Metal sign sponsored by Joe and Darcy Cox.
There you go.
Leather and cowhide pendant sponsored by Marissa Flores. Intermediate showman coming in. Juniors, you need to be waiting right behind them. 3rd through 5th grade is the juniors. 6th through 8th grade is intermediate.
Tyler. When this person wins, I need to bring her back up.
As we get here in the intermediate decision of the showmanship, let's award these kids a round of applause for their efforts. And my apologies to the seniors. I should have said that as well, and it was unintentional. I was more focused on trying to sort the kids, so my apologies on that to you seniors. As we get here in the intermediate division of showmanship, as you come through the gate, I kind of started thinking on ranking you off of what I saw earlier, and then some subtle differences that come down. If I've watched you constantly like punch and slap your sheep the whole time, I get it, you're trying to make them walk, but if you have to do it every one of those every time they come in, it's distracting. Some of you sometimes like to make a clicking sound with your noise, with your deal, and I get it, but it becomes distracting at times. And as we get into the intermediate division, there's definitely somebody who either listened, paid attention, or they naturally do it to what I said for the seniors about not having a very wide stance and pulling your sheep up as you go. Their sheep is led, they pulled into place every time. Congratulations.
Your intermediate champion showman, Aubriana Harrison, Reeves County 4-H. Junior showman, you will be next. Junior showman, you will be next. Doe show, you will be after. Class 1 does, you need to be starting ready, headed this way. Eddie Hinojosa, Yana Garcia, Delilah Flores, Zayla Millon, Bridget Evans. You need to be headed that way with your does.
I'll get it here in a little bit. Thank you, though.
Do you need a water?
No, ma'am, I'm good. Thank you.
If you do, just let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's give these four juniors a big round of applause. I think oftentimes we forget about that when we go to shows that we're actually here for the kids and not only be supportive of the kids, but let's make sure we understand the project is to be a learning experience. And I took just a little bit longer time with these four because hopefully I want you all to come back and show next year and all the way through the rest of your time. So it needs to be a learning experience as well. I talked with each of them some individual things about how we can get our sheep collected a little bit better, positioning, those types of deals to help you get better as you work, and then we spin you around, and some of you go ahead and do those things, and I commend you on that. As we get left without the four that are out here, as we talk through some things, we spin them back around. There's one of them that has their sheep collected, poised, square, their legs are set, they're on the right side of the sheep all the time. Congratulations to the young lady on the far side.
Your junior land showman for 2026 is Adeline Harrison, Reeves County 4-H. Does. Class 1 does. You need to be at the back gate. Class 1 does at the back gate. Amy Nojos, Ayana Garcia, Delilah Flores, Zayla Neon, Bridget Evans. Class 2 does. You need to be headed that way. Isabella Salgado, Grace Evans, Zayla Mignon, Charlie Nichols.
Chuck, you can add to your notes that in the dough classes, there's been some extra prizes donated by Trace and James Memorial.
To the dough class, there have been extra prizes donated by the Trace and James Memorial. That is to the dough class, to the dough show. Here we come, class 1, doughs. Amy Nojos, Ayana Garcia, Delilah Flores, Zayla Neon, Bridget Evans. Class 2, you need to be at the head of the back gate. Isabella Salgado, Grace Evans, Zayla Neon, Charlie Nichols. I failed to mention for the junior land showmanship, the buckle sponsored by 3 Bar Farm and Ranch. Mel sign sponsored by Marissa Flores. The leather cowhide pendant also sponsored by Marissa Flores. Once again, thanks to Roy Lanahan and Teresa Shackelford for their work on the land show.
as we start here in the first class of those. Extremely high quality set, and I had kind of done my research asking what I was kind of getting into here in Reeves County, and they said, man, you're going to have a very good set of those, and if this is indication of what's coming, it's going to get really fun and exciting here. As we get in this first class, this top trio is extremely good. I have to just start with the young lady here in the striped shirt, the one that just overwhelms the class just in terms of stoutness. You get her set in motion. She looks like a feminine female that's attractive fronted. From there back, I'd like to make her just a notch smoother in her outline. She wants to roach ever so slightly in her loin, but she comes back long and level out of her hip. She's kind of the combination though in terms of silhouette from the side with the extra stoutness of feature. The neat looking attractive one sits here in second. She's feminine. I love how her head and neck tie high to the top of her shoulder. She's trimmer there in her chest. She's more symmetrical in her line. It's when you get your hands on her, this still needs to sit second. She doesn't have near the width, near the body, the cage that the one we lead off with, especially as you transition back into her hip there in that regard. The power goes in, sits in 3. If you want to look for the ESTs in terms of muscle, stoutness, and features, she's definitely got it right here in this black-headed one. The widest chested, one that handles the really fresh. She's stout, she's got plenty of volume of muscle. I read this one to be a closer coupled, earlier maturing doe that gets a little shorter and steeper about her hip. I read her just to be a notch earlier and quicker in her kind. Consequently for me, I like this one to sit third. The young lady that comes fourth has got one that's feminine and long and extended, a heavy structure kind of doe that's got plenty of power at the same time. She just don't have the extra turn to her center body in the cage that the 3 up in front of her do, but a high quality one to sit down in 4th. The one that rounds out the class is neat. I mean, I love when you got it tied there, perfectly symmetrical and how her long slit neck ties high to the top of her shoulder. She's square and level in her line. Of this class, she's the flattest and tightest there in her center body, the flattest and driest about her cage. That just need to see her have more width there in her center body, maybe more time on feet. That'll flesh up as she matures up. A very high quality class. Let's get these young ladies a round of applause.
And your Class 1 does. First place, Bridget Evans, Reeves County 4H. Second place, Delilah Flores, Reeves County 4H. Third place, Zayla Young, Reeves County 4H. Fourth place, Ayana Garcia, Balmorhea FFA. Fifth place, Reeves County, Amy Nojos, Reeves County 4H. Class 2 coming in, Isabella Salgado, Grace Evans, Zayla Mian, Charlie Nichols. Class 3 need to be headed to the back gate. Class 3 does headed to the back gate. Grace Serrano, Winnie Nojos, Brian Evans, Zayla Mian, Pace Evans. Also, all showers in the doe show, after you're done, come to the table for your extracurricular. But they need to see Jody, and she can help them out with that. Class 2 does coming in, Class 2 does coming in.
As we get here in the second class of does, the young lady's black-headed wether here, does the one that we start with, just films of sheer stoutness of feature and power. She's the white-chested one that's cracked open. She's round and robust in her rib cage. When you get your hands on them, she's wide and fresh in her rack, carries that back to a long, big loin. For me, it's off the side that we like this one to come in to lead off the class. She's more collected in her top line. She's longer and leveler out of her hip in that regard. I'll be the first to tell you, when we lead her around, she gets a little cantankerous in the set and used to her rear joints. And if I could change her, I'd like to see her much more coordinated in how she pivots out of her hip and her hock. But her overwhelming stoutness and feature coupled with her balance off of the side is why I go ahead and tie to use that one. This one in second rivals her in terms of power. This one's just as wide in its chest, just as fresh and bulky right over its rack and its loin. When we step off of the side of this one, she needs to be second for me. A little shorter and steeper about her hip. Wants to get just a little more cowhock from behind. But a very, very high quality stout constructed doe to sit in too. The young ladies that comes in 3's long and feminine about her neck. I'd like to see this one just have more punch to rival that top pair. Wants to close up ever so slightly in her chest, get a little flatter there about her forehead, and she's just a little more rough in her outline compared to that top pair. Her muscle mass, her stoutness of feature, though, is what sorts it over the young men that's going to round out our class. When you step in behind of this white doe, she's the most closed up. She's the narrowest right over her top line. Off the side, that one that sits and forth is neat and attractive off the profile. She's long and slick about her neck. She's really collected in her top line. Arguably one of the neatest ones off of the side of the group that's out here. Just needs to have more width and power to play in this class. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
In your Class 2 show, Class 2 does. In your Class 2 does is first place, Grace Evans, Reeves County 4H. Second place, Zayla Mignon, Reeves County 4H. Third place, Isabel Salgado, Reeves County 4H. Fourth place, Charlie Nichols, Reeves County 4H. Class 3 does coming in, Class 3 does coming in. Grace Serrano, Amy Nojos, Brian Evans, Zayla Mignon, Pace Evans.
as we're getting these heavyweight goes, I think this top pair, there's definitely some trade-offs. After the start with the young ladies, that simply put, this one's wider in her chest, she's bolder there at her forearm. When you get your hands off on her, she's really wide and square over her rack. She transitions wide back into her loin. When you step in behind compared to the young man's, she's got more width there in her pins. She drops just as much volume of muscle than her leg. I read her to be just naturally wide, skeletally wider when you step in behind. Off the side, she needs to be rounder in her forerib and her center body there. In that regard, she's a nipple stouter about her bone. If you like the one in second, this one's longer and slicker, more feminine about her head and her neck. She's smoother about her shoulder. She's maybe a notch more symmetrical in her lines. For me, I read her to be flatter there in her forerib. Didn't see her to have the outward turn to her center body. She wants to narrow and funnel back into her hip compared to the one that we start with. They're just not quite as stout in terms of her heaviness of structure as well. She's still a very, very high quality go, don't get me wrong. That's a very, very high quality one to sit in second. I'm picking the subtle differences apart because her muscle mass still overwhelms the goat in third. This one here in third handles extremely fresh, but she's just not as collected as that top pair. Wants to get just a little looser about her height, a little bolder about her shoulder there. I'm not saying she's bold and coarse by any means, but compared to that top pair, she certainly doesn't have just the smoothness and neatness about her. The one that sits in fourth, I had to take another handle on this one. I think this one's extremely stout structured, a heavy boned doe kid here that's bolder at her forearm. She's round and robust in her cage. For me, it's a little deceiving how stout she looks off the side. Then when I get my hands on her of the top four, she's the narrowest down her top. I just see her to be quite as long and slick about the front end of her skeleton as some of the others that are up in front of her. Very, very stout constructed one that's neat and attractive in her own right. Taking nothing away from the one that's going to round out her class. Here's a growthy doe that's rounded, got some center body to her. Off the side, this one needs to be just a little more collected in her top one. Wants to sway ever so slightly. Of this class, I read her to be the frailest in her foot size, just in the stoutness of feature that she has. But one that you got to appreciate the center body that she does bring to the table. Let's reward these kids one more time. Put your hands together, give them a round of applause.
In the Class 3 goes, first place, Ryan Evans, Reeves County 4-H. Second place, Pace Evans, Pecos FFA. Third place, Zayla Neon, Reeves County 4-H. Fourth place, Amy Nojos, Reeves County 4-H. Fifth, Grace Serrano, Reeves County 4-H. We need our number ones back. Number ones back. Bridget Evans, Grace Evans, Brian Evans.
Number two is also.
Number one goes. Bridget Evans, Grace Evans, Brian Evans. Second place is Be Ready, Delilah Flores, Sarah Neon, Pace Evans. Goes Bridget Evans, Grace Evans, Brian Evans.
very, very high quality does show. My compliments to these kids and parents, whoever's helping them get to this point. Let's reward these 6 kids with a big round of applause as an accomplishment to make it to this point. That lightweight started the show off, and I thought, man, that class was tough. That gal was wide, she was stout, she's collected. The longer we go out here, the more that maybe younger showmen, we're not quite as collected in terms of our top line and balance compared to the 2 that are right in behind. And I think that's a very, very high quality go out of that class. The middleweight's one that young lady does a great job of getting her posed just like that. Off the side, that one's big-footed. She's bold there at her forearm, and really neat and captivating. We set that one in motion. She wants to swivel ever so slightly, just as I said in class. The one out of the 3rd class is neat and off the side, poses extremely well. She's wide, she's square, she's functional. At times, I'd like to see her just hinge ever so slightly, just a nickel more north and south. She wants to get a little east and west, but that's being very, very picky. Very high quality set of does. The heavyweight's going to be our champion.
Your champion doe belongs to Violet Evans, Reeves County 4-H. I'm sorry we said the heavy, so... Okay, that wasn't the heavy then, I guess. Okay, Grace. Okay.
Now that's Brian there.
Now I can say Brian
Yeah.
is reserved.
Like, now you got it.
Yes, medium and heavy were entered under her name.
Okay. Like you like this? Yeah.
That is special. That's my heavy weight.
That one's gonna win this one. That one's gonna win.
Okay. Let's go Class 1 light medium goats. You need to be headed to the back 8. Class 1 light medium goats headed to the back 8. Zachary Crum, Justin Beltran, Mackenzie Crum, James Laura, McKenna Crum, Olivia Roman, James Laura. Headed to the back 8. Class 1 light market goats. Class 2 light market goats. Be headed that way right behind them. James Laura, Bridget Evans, Ella Lord, Grace Serrano, and Elder Hinojos. We need reserve goat back in, reserve goat back in.
Remind the doe
Reserve
winners.
doe.
Remind the doe winners to come get their prizes from
She
Joe.
said all goes.
All goes. Remember to come in and talk to Jody so you can get your additional prizes, all goes.
Well, we just, they got it.
7.
Class 1 light market goats, be at the back gate. Class 1 light market goats, be at the back gate. Zachary Crum, Justin Beltran, Mackenzie Crum, James Laura, McKenna Crum, Olivia Roman, James Laura.
Sorry about that. I know.
Yeah, that's,
Class 2 light market goats.
well, I didn't
Be
know.
right behind them. James Laura, Bridget Evans, Ella Ward, Grace Serrano, Elder Hinojos.
When they come
Sorry about that.
in. No, that's my fault. That's the check that ear takes.
That's all right. She didn't yell at y'all.
Huh?
Grace let y'all know. Well, I thought when you said Brian, I was looking at the back of her head and I was like, no, that's Grace.
Ready?
Class 1's coming in. Class 1 light markets coming in.
Yeah, which is fine.
The Doe Champion Buckle was sponsored by GRS Reynolds. Male sign sponsored by Melissa Flores. The Doe Reserve Champion Buckle sponsored by Milan Pumping Services.
There's 2 classes per division.
2 classes of live, 2 classes of medium, 2 classes of heavy.
I'm getting a Dr. Pepper.
Do you need one?
I got it.
You sure?
Yeah.
Are you,
Smoke.
is your butt asleep or what?
Yeah.
2 more, 2 more.
I'm the opposite. I needed to sit down a minute. I'll go get some. You got tea? What do you want?
I'm drinking water way too fast for it.
Uh-oh.
But no hurry.
Who was the reserve lamb? Ryan Gunn? Was the grand champion lamb? Yes. Yes. Can you tell me your phone number? It's not showing on your phone number. 2423. You done? It's just really sorry.
As we get here in the first class of our weather show, we're going to start with the young lady right here in front of me, one that has his silhouette from the side. He's long and attractive and square and functional in his lines. He's a big footed goat that's wide in his chest. More importantly, when you get your hands on him, he's arguably one of the ones that's the widest and the freshest in his rack and his loin. He comes back with plenty of muscle. He's not the biggest legged, the widest chin. When you step in behind him, I'd like to have him drop just a notch more volume of muscle down into his leg, and that's where the young person here that's in second is going to excel in terms of just volume of muscle, extra shag on the legs, and I appreciate those things about him. He's just as wide and just as fresh, and then that's when you get him collected. We move him up here in the lineup because he's just as wide and stout. He's fresh right over his rack and his loin. It's off the side that this one's going to fit in second for me. Need to see him a notch more collected in his top line, a little smoother in his outline overall to rival the one we start with. The young man that comes in third, so I love the silhouette from the side. It's long and attractive. He's even a notch better in his outline than our class winner. He handles extremely fresh and firm to the touch, right over his right, but he wants to funnel and narrow up back into his loin, and he gets a little narrower back into his hip. Another big, stout, powerful one sits here in fourth. This one handles really wide. He's not as fresh, though. He wants to wash up, shallow up some. First thing we hit is a nickel more spine there in that regard. I'd like to have him firmer and fresher to the touch. He's wide and he's stout. He's got plenty of muscle off the side. He's the most bunchy in terms of his outline. I need to see him lengthen and level in his outline to work him up higher. The one that comes in fifth is long and level in his outline. Gets a little softer on his rear toes. Didn't have quite the muscle mass when you get right up over his rack. Now the same story for the goats in 6 and 7. I love the red goat off the side. That's a big footed, heavy structured one that gives you a neat silhouette. When you step around in front and behind, he's more closed up underneath. He doesn't have the muscle mass and the skeletal width. The one that rounds out the class is a neat and attractive one off the side. He's simply too narrow, doesn't have enough muscle to play. More time on feed, more bulk, and maybe he'll come with it. Let's reward these kids one more time and put your hands together with a round of applause.
In your Class 1 live market goats, first place, Mackenzie Crum, Pecos FFA. Second place, Olivia Roman, Balmorhea FFA. Third place, Zachary Crum, Reeves County 4-H. Fourth place, James Law, Reeves County 4-H. Fifth place, James Law, Reeves County 4-H. Sixth place, Justin Beltran, Balmorhea FFA. Seventh place, McKenna Crum, Reeves County 4-H. Class 2 light market goats. Class 2 light market goats coming in. James Law, Bridget Evans, Ella Ward, Grace Serrano, and Elder Nojos. Class 3 market goats be getting ready. Class 3 market goats be getting ready. Isabella Salgado, Joaquin Garcia, Zayla Mignon, Grace Evans, Isabella Salgado, and Adeline Harrison. Class 2 light markets coming in. Class 2 light markets.
Yeah, we'll have light on light and we'll do light.
in the second class of market goats. The young ladies here come to the forefront fairly quickly for me. Silhouette from the side, stoutness of feature, everything that we want to say about him. Gets a little softer on his rear pasterns, and that's about what could change my pick on him there in that regard, but a very high quality, stout constructed one to lead off with. Taking nothing away from the young lady that's going to sit in second. Here's another one that's captivating from the profile. He just gets a little more coarse about the front end of his skeleton. He handles extremely fresh there, just not the ESTs of the one that we start with. The young man that comes next has got another one that handles wide and fresh in his own right. He's just a little longer bodied, a little flatter about his cage. I didn't see him to be quite as wide open as the 30 up in front, or excuse me, as the pair up in front. The young lady that comes forth has got one that's just seemingly extremely fresh right over her rack. At the same time, when we study this one off the side, once you get a little more sway back in terms of her silhouette from the side, it's a little coarser and bolder there at the point of the shoulder. I like that one to sit a little lower in that regard. Extremely sound and powerful though in its own right. The next one that comes is long and attractive about the front end of its neck, there in the front end of its skeleton of this group here. This one gets more closed up. I didn't see quite the muscle mass. Kind of the same story for the one that rounds out the class. Another one that just needs to stouten up, bulk up. There, you gotta like the silhouette from the side. Just needs more bulk to compete up in this line. Let's put our hands together and give these kids a round of applause.
In your Class 2 light market weight goat, first place, Bridget Evans, Reeves County 4H. Second place, Grace Serrano, Reeves County 4H. Third place, Elder Nojos, Reeves County 4H. Fourth place, James Law, Reeves County 4H. Fifth place, Ella Ward, Balmorhea FFA. Sixth place, James Law, Reeves County 4H. We need our ones and twos. Mackenzie Crone, Olivia Ramon, Bridget Evans, Grace Serrano. The lightweight goat champion, Buckle sponsored by Pecos Electric. Medal sign sponsored by K&J Natural Smoke Shop. Reserve lightweight medal sign sponsored by K&J Natural Smoke Shop. Mackenzie Crone and Bridget Evans, your number ones. Olivia Roman and Grace Serrano, your number twos. Class 3 market goats need to be at the back gate. Class 3 market goats at the back gate. Isabella Salgado, Joaquin Garcia, Zayla Mignon, Grace Evans, Isabel Salgado, Adeline Harrison. Class 4, you need to be headed that way. Class 4 headed that way. Amber Martinez, Elwin Nojos, Brian Evans, Amy Nojos, Aaron Torongo, and Delilah Flores.
So we get in the lightweight division, and I like the silhouette that this one gives you from the side. And in terms of the lightweight, he just doesn't have the bulk and the mass of the one right behind him. If I could change that one again, I said he's a little weaker on his passing. He overwhelms this division in terms of stoutness of feature, muscle mass. Congratulations to the young lady with her first place out of Class 2 to win this division. As we evaluate further down in the second place in that class, another one, I like the silhouette that it gives you. He handles with plenty of muscle mass. We're going to keep that pair together. The second place out of Class 2 will be reserved.
Your champion light market goat goes to Bridget Evans. Your reserve champion light market goat goes to Grace Serrano. Reeves County 4H on both. Class 3 medium markets. Class 3 medium markets. You should be there. Isabel Salgado, Joaquin Garcia, Zayla Leon, Grace Evans, Isabel Salgado, Adeline Harrison. Class 4 headed that way. Andrew Martinez, Albert Nojos, Brian Evans, Amy Nojos, Aaron Toronto, and Delilah Flores.
Okay.
Playing on the TV back there in the back.
Once again, we would like to thank our judge for coming in, Jacob Blaine.
Six? I don't show it. Oh, yeah, okay. So she's showing which one? Okay. 853.
You're good, Doc. I just need the front part. I said, you're good. I just need the front part.
I gotta have a back rest.
Were you busy today?
No, I wasn't today.
Yeah.
It was a slow day today.
That sunshine is out. Everybody's feeling good.
The surgeries appointments didn't show up. You know, you schedule them 7, 8 days in advance and then they don't come. You know?
Yeah. But that's a nice little break, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hurts your feelings when they don't show up, right?
Well, you know, you go down there and you got to make so much every day just to break even.
Well, that is true. That is true.
Well, you'll be glad to get this year over.
Yes, sir.
Do you take any criticism?
I do.
You do take criticism? I hate that. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Like I said, you have done a bang-up job.
Thanks.
Okay?
I appreciate it.
If anybody wants to fight you, you tell them they got to fight me first. Okay?
Okay, I will.
This next class, again, this one we tied to fairly quickly, just extremely high quality show. Be curious to follow this one, what he does down the road, because he's balanced, he's stout, he's wide, everything we look for. If I had to pick on him, he's maybe just a little shorter and steeper about his hip, but that's being very, very picky on one that comes to the forefront fairly quickly for me. The decision sits in 2 and 3. The black-headed weather comes in second. He's a notch leveler in his top line and maybe just a little more collective compared to the one that we start with. But after that, when we handle him, he's really fresh. He's wide in his rack, doesn't have the mass over his loin or the dimension of muscle back into his leg. He's not as stout featured as the one we lead off with, but a very high quality one to sit in 2. His freshness carries back more into his loin than the one that sits in 3rd. I like this red-headed weather that comes in 3rd, and another one that's extremely well balanced. He's maybe a nickel smoother in his shoulder compared to the one that sits in 2nd. But from there back, we look at him and he handles just narrower, doesn't have quite the firmness and freshness with width over his loin compared to the one that sits in 2nd. Very high quality one to round out this top 3. As we look here at 4 and 5, I told these guys that it was close between the 2. guy after the use of 1 and 4, just in terms of freshness, he's more firm to the touch. He stretches my hand with more width over his rack and carries it back into his loin. He doesn't move any harder than 4th today for me. I mean, he's a little coarser there in his chest, a little more coarse and bold about his shoulder, not quite as collected in terms of just silhouette off to the side. Take another one from the young man that comes next. His goes with that guy's higher to the top of his shoulder. He's a notch more smooth in his outline, but when you get your hands on him, he narrows up significantly over his loin compared to the one directly in front of him. Taking nothing away from the young lady that's going to round out her class. Here's a round body, easy feeding kind of goat that just needs to balance out better off of the profile to be more competitive. Let's give these kids a round of applause as they head back.
In Class 3 medium market weight goats, first place, Miss Grace Evans, Reeves County 4-H. Second, Zayla Leon, Reeves County 4-H. Third place, Adeline Harrison, Reeves County 4-H. Fourth place, Isabella Salgado, Reeves County 4-H. Fifth place, Joaquin Garcia, Balmorhea FFA. Sixth place, Isabella Salgado, Reeves County 4-H. Class 4's coming in, Class 4's coming in. Ambry Martinez, Ellery Nojos, Rylan Evans, Amy Nojos. Aaron Turango, Delilah Flores. Class 5, y'all start getting ready. Class 5, start getting ready. Pace says Charlie Nichols, Laura Lynn Lopez.
That's nice.
Just think about all the money you need this year.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And how much sleep I gained.
Yeah. It's easier to take an ass chewing if you're making money.
For sure. Yeah. I do it for those guys out there. The parents can yell at me all they want. Well, somebody said it the other day when me and Bubba were trying to bring it for our kids.
Oh, yeah.
I said, which one, the weenie dog?
Yeah.
I said, yeah, look out, he's showing all species.
Somebody was really stupid looking.
How old is y'all's weenie dog? 7. Amigo turned 5 yesterday. Yeah.
We had one before this one. I didn't like her very much. She was cranky. She would bite people and crap in the house.
Oh no.
But this one, she just loves everything.
Mm-hmm. That's how Amigo is too. Everybody's like, is he gonna bite? He's barking. And we're like, he's gonna lick you to death, maybe.
They're just neat little guys.
Oh yes. His little personality is, him and Roy Hurd act a lot alike.
a little bit of a decision here in this top pair. The young ladies, whether it's one that's just as wide and stout as anything we've seen today, he's extremely fresh over his rack and his loin. He comes back into the bigger hip with more volume of muscle. As she gets him pulled together here, he's more collecting his top line to make my decision a little bit easier. I'd like to raise his tail head up onto his skeleton, leveling him out of his hips some in that regard, and that's where the one that sits in second excels. He's longer and more slick about his neck. It ties higher into his shoulder. It maintains his outline much better over his top line. I like how his tail sits higher there. Once when I get my hands on him, then he's got to sit second. There's a big difference in terms of just width and freshness right over his rack that carries back into his loin. I love the silhouette of that guy. Just not quite as far along, not quite as firm and fresh as the one we start with. The one that comes in three is another one. I love the silhouette that this one gives us off the side. He handles extremely fresh right over his rack. Once the funnel and taper some as you get back into his loin, it's off of the side that this one needs to sit third for me of the top three. He's the frailest in his foot size and his thumb. When you step in behind him, he wants to get a little wide and out at his honk. I'd like to see him just a little more square from his honk to the ground. The one that comes in fourth is one that's just a meat wagon in terms of stoutness, a big-footed, stout constructed leather that's wide and round and robust in his tape. When you get your hands on him compared to the top three, he narrows up some right over his rack and his loin. In that regard, just not quite the freshness to play up being higher. Kind of the same story for the ones that come next in line. Just not quite the width and dimension, the freshness that we had in the ones that are up in front. The black-headed leather is wider, it got more mass, he's bigger footed, and stands on more substance of bone than the one directly behind him. But a very good class, folks. Let's give these kids a round of applause for their efforts.
In Class 4 medium weight goats, first place Ryland Evans, Reeves County 4-H. Second place Aaron Tarango, Pecos FFA. Third place Andrew Martinez, Reeves County 4-H. Fourth place Andy Nohos, Reeves County 4-H. Fifth place Delilah Flores, Reeves County 4-H. Sixth place Ellery Nohos, Reeves County 4-H. We need our ones and twos back, ones and twos back. Grace Evans, Ryland Evans, Zayla Mion, Aaron Tarango. Your medium weight goat champion buckle sponsored by Brett and Maria Jacob. Medal sign sponsored by the Crum family. Your reserve medium weight goat medal sign sponsored by Ellen's Creations. Ones and twos back, ones and twos. For Class 3, Grace Evans and Zayla Mion. For Class 4, Braylon Evans and Aaron Tarango. We got them in the right order. I don't want another butt chew. Bubba, you are about to get us chewed out. I don't know what you're doing over there, but you're getting us all in trouble.
I give up.
Yeah, I saw it fixing to happen. I was watching that too. No, they were like, no, you can. We're watching it.
We get here in this middleweight division, man. This gets fun in terms of just looking at some of the subtle differences here and the quality of the stock. My compliments to these four that are in here and the ones that are the people that are helping them in the back. This is a very, very good division. The one out of the third class, I said in class, he's wide, he's stout, he's fresh, gives you a good silhouette. I talked to him maybe like a leveling up just ever so slightly out of his hip. But when you study him compared to the one directly behind him in the lineup, that one is just a little even steeper in his hip compared to the one right here in front. When I handle him, I don't, they tell me what there's a few pounds difference between the two. When I get my hands on him, the one that handles with the freshness, the squareness over his rack for his size is the one out of class 3. This one's going to be the champion.
Your champion medium weight market goes, Grace Evans.
As we study that black-headed one that's second in class, I love the silhouette that he gives you. He's fresh, he's square right over his rack and one. Just doesn't have quite the muscle mass all the way back through his top and back into his leg as the one out of the fourth class. That one will be reserved.
Reserve champion medium market goat, Brian Evans, Reeves County 4. Class 5, heavy market goats at the back gate. Pace 7s, Charlie Nichols, Laureline Lopez. Class 6, heavy market goats. He headed that way. Ella Ward, Aubriana Harrison, Cyril Chando, Rihanna Villalobos. Pace 7s, Zayla Milan. Class 5 coming in. Pace 7, Charlie Nichols, Laureline Lopez.
Waiting for Bubba on this one.
And we were I was trying to stop where I couldn't get to a spot where I could stop to even, and there was no point to I could even stop to go even try to do it. Yeah, that's what
Which one's Charlie driving?
I mean, you can drive them.
Well, at least we know that much. Grace? Okay. So Zayla's got 7.
Good job.
Grace is the one on the right. Far right. Grace is the very first one. it's a fancy shoot off the back. Yeah.
In the Swift class of market goats, the young man here on the right side's weather is one that's the balanced weather of the class and just smooth in his shoulders, elevated and tucked up in his chest, and smoother in how his chest comes back into his forehead. When I handle him, he's wide and fresh over his rack. He progressively widens back into his loin and into his hip. I told the young man that's in second. His goat rivals the class winner in terms of freshness right over his rack. He wants to taper back into his loin. When I step off of the side of this one, he's a little more coarse there in his chest, a little more bold there at his shoulder, and it's easier for me to slide him into second. The one that comes in third is long and attractive at the front end of his skeleton. He's smoother in his shoulder compared to the one that's in second. But when we handle him, he's narrower over his rack, he's narrower back into his loin and out of his hip, just not the volume of muscle and the sheer power in the top pair. The one that comes next is one that's a big growthy kind of goat that looks like he's easy doing, just not the muscle mass, not the soundness of feature in terms of bone work to go up in front. He is fresher, does have more genuine width than the one we round out the class with when we get our hands on him. The one that we round out the class has more pop and flare here to his stifle and to his muscle, back into his leg, just not the freshness right over his rack and his loin there to work any hard for me today. Very good class, folks. One more time, let's give these kids a round of applause.
In your Class 5 heavy market goat, first place, Pace Evans, Pecos FFA. Second place, Charlie Nichols, Reeves County 4-H. Third place, Charlie Nichols, Reeves County 4-H. Fourth place, Laura Lynn Lopez, Reeves County 4-H. Fifth place, Charlie Nichols, Reeves County 4-H. Class 6 heavy market goats, Class 6 heavy market goats coming in. Ella Ward, Adriana Harrison, Sarah Armchondo, Brianna Villalobos, Pace Evans, Zayla Millan, and Zayla Millan. We would like to thank our boat superintendent, Faylees, and her assistant, Jody McElroy, for doing an outstanding job for keeping these kids straightened out and keeping Bubba straightened out.
So then the girl in the cheetah is Saya.
here in this last class of market goats. This top pair is close. There's definitely some differences to talk about this pair. I've opted to use the one I think is more collected off of the side. I think it gives you a neater and more attractive silhouette. He's just as wide and just as stout. He's smoother and cleaner in the base of his chest. He's smoother and cleaner in his shoulder and how it connects into his rib. When you handle him, he's wide and square right over his rack. He's not the widest. He's not the firmest to the touch. He's got more than enough. He comes back extremely square and fresh over his loin edge, more fresh over his loin edge compared to the one that sits in second. And when we set him into motion, he's collected in his top line there in that regard. I think he's just a balanced one to tie to. If you want to use the one that's simply the stoutest and brings you the ESTs in terms of power, it's this one in second. He's wider in his chest, he's bigger footed, and stands on more substance of bone. He's really firm and fresh right over his rack. Wants to fade ever so slightly back into his loin. You get back in behind him. Here's the biggest hip with the most pop and flare to his cycle. It's off to the side for me. He's going to sit second. He gets a little more coarse there in his chest. He's more coarse and bald there in his shoulder. Wants to get a little steeper in how his tail head sits up on his skeleton there. I didn't see him quite as cool and collected off of the profile as the one that we start with. If you want to flip him and tie to the muscle and the power, you get after it. For me, I like this one. He's a little more balanced, and I think he's got enough muscle to go ahead and use. The one here in third is balanced. He's neat off of the side in terms of his silhouette. Not quite the muscle mass as you get back into his loin. He wants to get a little straighter off of his rear too compared to that top pair. I like this one here in four. Here's a big-footed, stout constructed one that's got plenty of muscle mass. He wants to fade back into his loin. Not quite the volume of muscle back into his leg and into his hip. That's what we see up in front. The black-headed one is one that handles fresh with enough muscle. He's round and robust in his cage. He gets a little plainer in his outline, a little more bold and coarse about his shoulder. Not quite as slick and tidy. A little more mature about his head and his neck there in that regard. The one that comes next here is another one that gives us a round, deep body, easy feeding kind of look, just not the muscle mass. Kind of the same story. The one here that rounds out the class just needs more bulk and density to play with the others up in front. Let's put our hands together for our last class of market goats.
Class 6 heavy market goat. First place, Pace Evans, Heifers FFA. Second, Zayla Neon, Reeves County 4-H. Third place, Aubriana Harrison, Reeves County 4-H. Fourth place, Zayla Neon, Reeves County 4-H. Fifth place, Gianna Villalobos, Reeves County 4-H. Sixth place, Siron Tondo, Heifers FFA. Seventh place, Ella Ward, Balmorhea FFA. We need our ones and twos back, ones and twos in the heavies. Pace Evans, Charlie Nichols, and Pace Evans and Zayla Neon. Ones and twos back in. Heavyweight Goat Champion buckle sponsored by J3 Goats. Medal sign sponsored by the Crumb family. Reserve Heavyweight Goat. Medal sign sponsored by Ellen's Creations. All class champions be ready too. All class champions be ready. All class market goat champions. All right, we're going to need the market, the class champions get their goats ready. Bridget Evans, Grace Evans. They need to get the goats. Grace Serrano,
As we get here in this last division of our goat show, the two that are out here are extremely high quality. The one that is a fifth class is one that I like in terms of stoutness of feature. He's really wide and even more has more width and power than the one directly behind him. I think he's got a notch more set there to his rear joints, and I think he handles it quite appropriately when we set him in motion. I know he's a lovable goat, but I love him too in this division. Congratulations. This one here out of Class 5 is going to be our heavyweight champion. I think there's a little bit more of a decision here between the two, and I want to take more time to talk them there in that regard. The one that's second out of that class is one that's really wide. He's fresh. He has as much muscle mass over his rack and his loin as compared to the one that's directly behind him. He's got more slope and angulation there to his rear joint. But it was we step off of him and look at him. He's just a little bit more coarse there in his chest. He's a little more bold there in his shoulder. Not quite as long and slick about his neck as compared to the one that's directly behind him. So there's some trade-offs between the two. I'm going to stick to what I've been doing, side with the one that's got just a notch more look and design. And this one out of the 6th class is going to be our reserve champion.
Your champion heavyweight market goat, Pace Evans. Reserve champion heavyweight market goat, Pace Evans. We need all our champions and reserves, class champions and reserves for the lightweight, Bridget Evans and Grace Serrano. For medium, Grace Evans and Brian Evans. For the heavies, Pace Evans ×2. The Grand Champion Goat Buckle sponsored by GRS Reynolds. The medal sign sponsored by Melissa Flores. Reserve Grand Champion Buckle sponsored by the Murray Toronto family and Murray Gaston Toronto. Medal sign sponsored by Melissa Flores. Once again, we'd like to thank our goat superintendents, Felice and Jody, and Assistant Jody McElroy. We need our champions, Bridget Evans. Bridget Evans, we need you. They're looking for you. Grace Evans. Yeah, they need you. They're doing the champion run. Bridget Evans. Grace Evans. Pace Evans. That's our 3 class champions. We need y'all at the back gate. Reserves, Grace Serrano. Brian Evans. We need you at the back gate also.
Can we help you? What do you need, Chuck? They're calling you. What's up?
What do you need, Chuck? I'm right here. I don't know. I'd like to send out a big thanks to all the parents and all the grandparents and the aunts and uncles and the Roy Herds that are helping all these kids out. Kendra, everybody over here, Amanda.
Yes, Chuck?
I'm here. Once again, thank you to Jacob Lane, Traveling All This Way, and Nonstop Army. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, we have goats at the back gate. Bridget Evans, Grace Evans, Pace Evans. If your last name's Evans, get to the back gate. All right, here we go. Get ready, Grace Serrano, Brian Evans, and Paces is already.
Not yet. Are you gonna put them in or wait?
I got them all ready. Do you want your second?
Again, my compliments to the kids and the people helping them in the back in the market goat show. Let's give these kids one more round of applause. Very, very high quality set of six that are out here. I think these things can go down the road and play with the best of them at the major shows, and I wish you healthy goats and the best of luck as you progress through the winter and wherever your end point is with these things. I'm not going to break them down and talk each of them. I think they're very, very high quality. There's a very, very good set of goats out here. I'll show you the two that I like to be a champion in reserve.
Hey!
Your 2026 Grand Champion Market Goat belongs to Grace Evans. Reeves County 4-H. Reserve Champion Market Goat belongs to Bridget Evans. Reeves County 4-H. Senior Showman, Senior Showman. Heading to the back gate, Senior Showman, we should be pretty close. Senior Showman, head to the back gate, Senior Showman. Intermediate Showman, right behind them. Juniors, getting ready. Seniors are 9 to 12th grade. Intermediate are 6 to 8. Juniors, 3 to 5th. 3rd to 5th? I barely passed this though, so I'm trying to figure it out. Alright, your Senior Showman buckles, sponsored by WTNB, West Texas National Bank. Medal sign sponsored by TN Show Team. Leather and cowhide pennant sponsored.
Hey, we need the reserve goat stuff.
Need the reserve goat stuff. I forgot to mention we have royalty in the house. Miss Cantaloupe has been working behind the scenes over here. I'm not sure whether I'm supposed to bow or curtsy when she walks by. I know I'm not supposed to turn my back to her. Alright. Our leather cowhide pendant for the senior ghost showing. Sponsored by Meat Car Wash and Detail. The senior ghost showman also comes with the Stacy Wheelis Trophy Award. Stacy was the daughter of Bailey and Patsy Wheelis and was born with special needs. In spite of her special needs, Stacy participated in the livestock show and sale and continued to support that livestock activities after finishing school. This award was started by her father's graduating class from Marfa, Texas. Here comes the senior showmanship, senior showman. After that, it's intermediate. Once again, to all of the showman champions, qualify for the round robin. Round robin tomorrow after the host show.
I'll text Stacy. That'd be great. 'Cause I can help her.
He's through a workout.
As we get here in this senior showmanship, it's tough. It's very, very tough. If I was behind you 6 kids, all 6 of you, I would be very, very proud. If you're sitting ringside, they need a round of applause. This is very, very tough. I think there's something that every one of us could do to be just a little bit better. None of us are perfect, myself included. As he's reminded me, I missed a belt loop back here on the backside. So I'm never going to forget you. I promise you that. But it's been fun. I've enjoyed the day. I look forward to tomorrow. I hope you will come back and watch as we round out through the pig show and everything else that we have tomorrow. This group of senior showmen, it's been fun. Guys, there's some little details. What sorts it for me is the individual that I'm going to name our champion. When we pull them around in the line, they're very quick. They pull their goat into place. They don't have to do a lot of adjustment with the goat's feet. It pulls right into place. I don't know if they're blessed with a great goat that just does that or if it's work at home. When I tell you to bring them to me, this person never crosses my view. They turn back and go back into the line. That's what sorts it for me. I would be very proud to be behind all 6 of you as your ag teacher. Y'all all do a very good job. She's the champion showman.
'26 senior goat showman is Brianna Villalobos, Reeves County 4-H. Intermediate showman. You should be ready to come in. Junior showman, you should be right behind them. Once again, all the showman winners qualify for the round robin tomorrow after the hog show. Intermediates, which are 6 through 8. The intermediate buckle is sponsored by Texas Bank. Medal sign sponsored by Joe and Darcy Gass. Leather and cowhide pennant sponsored by Marissa Flores. This is class. This is class, right?
I wasn't listening.
Bubba's been yelling at me when I said it wrong, so I must have said it wrong.
He's not listening.
6 through 8th grade intermediate showman. Junior, you should be right behind him.
One more? Is that it?
That's it.
Let's give these young ladies a round of applause. As I've reiterated and tried to reiterate over and over again, the showmanship or evaluating the kids, and to you young ladies, all five of you do a very good job. It's my opinion. Okay? Yeah, I could justify each one of you, but I have to be able to go to the hotel tonight and say that I was confident, comfortable, and could live with what I decided. Our individual that I'm going to name the champion in our division today is one that pulls their goat in, they settle, they get in place, they're set, and they don't jack with it after that. They leave them alone, they're on point in that guard. They're not fidgeting, they're not twisting, their goat's legs are square for the most part consistently throughout. For me, you can only have one halter or one chain. I was going to use you, and I was watching, and I thought, I would tell her to take one of them off and try to do it without them. But then the longer we went, the more you kind of fidgeted ever so slightly. You were the one that I was planning to use when we came in, and it fidgeted ever so slightly there in that regard. But I want to commend you on the microphone telling you that you do a very good job. I don't normally do that to point it out. Very, very proud. Just the same for the rest of you. I'm very, very proud of each of you. Give them one more round of applause for sure. It's definitely appropriate. With that said, I've got my mind made up. Young lady, the Green Club champion.
Your 2026 Intermediate Goat Showman Champion, Adriana Harrison. Juniors, get ready to come in. Juniors, get ready to come in. The Junior Buckle, Showmanship Buckle, Junior Showmanship Buckle, sponsored by the Kyle Taylor family. Medal sign is sponsored by Marissa Flores. Leather and cowhide print, sponsored by the Dimitri Garcia family. Once again, all the Showmanship champions qualify for the round robin Showman Championship tomorrow. That will be after the goat show, or after the hog show tomorrow.
Where's our ring guy? He doesn't have time for that. The one time we need you. Did it time out or what? Did it time out or what?
I didn't put it on loop, so I have to edit it tonight and change it to loop.
See that? That's exactly. It doesn't feel Yeah, that's exactly how it gets completely worse too. Yeah, I've got 30-year-olds still has the same attitude too. I haven't played. No, maybe in a month or so. You? Yeah, since this started.
Let's put our hands together for the junior exhibitors here. I was going to save one of my Ace of Spades up my sleeve and save it for the pig show tomorrow, but I think it's going to start pulling at my heartstrings, so we're going to change it up just a hair for what I do and typically, or I have my mind made up. But I want to do something, again, I think it's a show and it's a family affair, so I'm going to start out here with the young man right here. I want you to, let me have your girl. All right, and then I want you to turn and tell the audience, is that your mom behind you? Oh, why should she quit recording? That's the whole point of this. Why should she quit recording? All right, I want you to tell all the audience, because not everybody knows who you are, what's your name, and who do you want to thank for you getting to the show today? What's your name, who you want to thank, and the third thing you're going to say is why you like showing goats, okay? You ready? Elder Hinojos, vete para acá. Ándale, corre.
Dad, I love you. Thank you.
You're next. You know the questions. Kind of. Your name. Who do you want to thank for helping you get this goat to the ring? Why do you like showing goats?
My name is Brian, and I like showing goats because I like the personalities, and they're really easy to show. And I like to thank my dad because he helped me show, and yeah. My name is Ellen Ward, and I would like to thank my family for being here and walking me through this. These people right there, and my mom over there, and Paul somewhere, and my aunt right over there, and I like showing goats because I like how playful they are, and people and I need my goats. Hi, my name is Isabella, and I like showing goats because I like how they walk and how they show you, like how they show. And I would like to thank Sal for helping me show my goats.
And tune me up.
Hi, my name is Bridget Evans, and I want to thank my mom and dad because they helped me get to this level. And I like about my goat is how playful they are and how they have a personality, and that's all. Hi, my name is Adam Harrison. I like showing goats because I like how they get attracted to you and they just like hanging with you. And I want to thank my mom and dad for helping me reach this level. And I want to thank them for giving me here. Thank you, and love you.
And you know, I don't think that you folks sitting ringside realize the importance of what these kids just did to be able to grab the microphone in front of you as a junior exhibitor and speak and say those things. And that's why I sit back and think as an ag teacher, we forget often that we're trying to chase the banner, the buckles, the wins, and we forget the small things in life that we're here for the kids. And I want you kids to make sure that you thank the people that helped you get here, to get to this point tonight. Unfortunately, I can only pick one of you. I'm very proud of all of you, your progress that you made through the ring. And then if there's times that you didn't understand something, you weren't afraid to ask. And that's okay, because that's the point of it. The only way you're going to learn to get better is by asking questions, try to get the people in your corner, whether that's showing goats or whatever you're doing in life. Ask those questions. Find out how to get there to get better. This is a great group of kids. I challenge you to find some that can stand up, speak in the microphone like they did, and be confident in what they're saying. I wanted to make sure that mom had her camera, that dad was here, so everybody could see this point in this moment for these kids, because that's what I'm truly about, is the kids that are in the ring. I may not have placed the goats the way you like them, the cattle, the sheep, that's fine. But at the end of the day, I'm here for the kids, for all of them, whether they were first or sixth, and the same thing here in this lineup. Let's give these 6 kids one more round of applause. Again, it comes down to my preference, my opinion. The one that pulled them together, that had them lined up, is the young lady right here. She's going to be the champion.
Your 2026 junior goat showman is Brian Evans, Reeves County 4-H. Congratulations. I'd like to thank everybody for coming in today. Remind everybody, Hog Show starts tomorrow at 3 tonight. Peewees tonight for sheep and goats. If we have any peewees, no, Sal, you cannot do peewee. Do we have any peewees for sheep and goats? Peewees for sheep and goats. If we have peewees for sheep and goats, they need to be at the back gate. Are they?
That was awesome.
Did a good job.
That's my goal.
I see maybe one maybe. Do we have peewees back
I'm
there?
just going to set it in because we'll need it for the pig show, won't we?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have a peewees? Do we have any peewees? We've got one peewee. We got another peewee.
We got one more coming.
We've got two peewees. We got two peewees going here free. Two peewees going here free. We've got two looking for three. Two looking for three.
Yeah.
I hope everybody picks up their dough show awards tomorrow.
Will you announce you
Everybody in the dough show.
Everybody in the dough show,
every
remember, y'all have a special additional prize. Come to the tables and pick them up. Come see Jody. How many peewees do we have? How many peewees? We got one coming right there. We already have two. We have three. How many we got? Looks like we got three. Are you a peewee shower? You are? You got some goat? Heck yeah, we're ready, huh?
Pairing, which is about 15 minutes
All
from
right.
the mineral well.
That's okay, we can leave it, Carl.
So 6-man football.
We got three coming in. 3 peas, 2 goats. You're too old to be a peewee. You're helping who? You know how to show goat? Says who? The ants know how to show. They didn't say you know how to show. I don't know. I thought we had one more coming. Any more peas? That looks like it.
That shavings is soft, but it ain't soft enough.
Not quite, huh?
But this is my 3rd day here, so I'm tired.
Well, I don't doubt it.
My feet are tired.
I know that it's Pee Wee Showmanship. We have these 2 young ladies that are out here. I think would be remiss if I didn't say something about them. I think if you're still here ringside and listening, I think we need to think about this as these girls are the future. They're looking forward to coming and showing. Let's reward both of these champion Pee Wee showmen with a round of applause.
Once again, thank everyone for showing up today. Remember tomorrow, hog show starts at 3. Sale is Saturday. Thank our judge, Jacob Lane. Everybody have a good night.
Shake your hand one more time.
You're not showing a pig tomorrow or what?
No. Somehow I went from winning one steer, one heifer, and 2 pigs. But 7 steers and 3 goats.
What grade are you in?
I'm a senior. I'm done this year.
What are you going to do after school?
Try to break steers for that little one right there, Riley.
That's what you're going to do after high school?
Yeah, hopefully. I don't really know.
I don't think there's no hope about it. You're a tough sucker, dude. Like, I've never been in the ring with somebody that's as tough as you, whooping them, moving them, doing all those
That's
things.
my best one. I don't know why he started acting stupid.
Well, even with your sisters or whoever those other girls were that you were helping with.
Yeah, my sisters.
Yeah, like you had them on point too, dude. Like, I've never seen somebody as tough as you in the ring like that. Nobody.
That big red dude, he's a freaking killer too. The 2 little reds are.
Yeah.
Yeah, he won Fort Stockton and Fort Davis back-to-back in American.
Good.
And then he'll sit there and he'll pin you against the fence, want scratches, let off on you when you give him scratches. But I guess when he went in there for pictures, I guess that made him get mad. And after that, he got heated and I couldn't control him. But they're going home tonight, so hopefully they'll get happy.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta come get prizes and then head home.
You coming tomorrow?
Hopefully.
You can be. I was gonna say either pig poop or scoop, or you can open gates.
Or make sure you're not missing belt loops again.
I'm gonna triple check it. I can promise you that. I know it was it kept bothering me. I couldn't figure out why my pants kept falling down.
Check yours. He's gonna get here tomorrow and make sure you.
No, I already told him. I said when he gets here, I'm gonna
have my dress rehearsal.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure he doesn't miss. Hey, I don't miss belt loops. I'm good.
Okay.
I know when I miss mine.
Watch every time now and make sure
You know, I get that a lot. I feel like I've seen you miss a few in
Oh.
store.
If you say I missed them, it's because I probably had too
You
much.
missed your popcorn right there.
That's not a belt loop. No, the reason why is because I always did cowboy starts and I couldn't get my dang jeans on and I was pulled by the belt loop and I broke them.
The first year that Pace showed, when he was 8 or 9, he went up to the judge and we had already gone to the first class and he won, and then he went into the championship and he told the judge, he said, "Judge, this is the one you picked for the last class."
You better pick him again. I like having fun with the judge. But this one I made him think about his belt loop. He's like, "Why did you tell me that? I can't think now."
I couldn't. Yeah, you gotta come help me tomorrow.
Oh, you got a bunch of pigs. You got 60 of them.
60?
Right, Kendra? 60?
112.
Oh, hell.
I'm gonna like ignore you.
I heard 61. That's all I know.
Oh, but yet
That's how many good ones are.
I don't know. They're all good, in my opinion. Some of them, like...
Hey, do me a favor. Put down the trash on the behind
I'm going to have to ask you something in a minute, too. Take that for me.
Great job out there. probably take my computer. I'll leave this at her, but I'll probably but all doors will get locked. I'm sure everybody knows where else.
I'm just gonna leave my computer under here so we can pick them up. One of them lost earrings. She put them in her pocket and then she took those pants off to take stuff and she fell out of her pocket somewhere.
Right here. I was walking, I was looking, that's when I put, oh shit. Yeah. No, he asked me to turn it off and I forgot.